Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Midnight Disappearances, Hunting Secrets Beyond the Highway. I never thought a gas station could feel so quiet and loud at the same time. The place smelled like a mix of old coffee, gasoline, and plastic. The coffee was bitter, the kind you drank because you needed it, not because it was good. I poured myself a cup from the pot that had been sitting on the burner all day. It was lukewarm, but I drank it anyway, the acrid taste scraping down my throat and waking me up just a little. I wiped down the counter for the 100th time that hour, my hands rough and sticky from the cleaning solution. The tiles beneath my feet were cold and slightly sticky, and I kept catching the flicker of the overhead light, one of those older bulbs that buzzed and dimmed just enough to make you look twice. "Hey," a voice said just behind me, low and hesitant. I jumped a little, turning around. It was Gary, the clerk who worked the afternoon shift. He leaned against the door frame, rubbing his hands together like he was cold, even though the room was stuffy and warm. "You're new on the night shift, right?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "First night." He nodded, eyes darting toward the window that faced the highway. "You'll want to be careful out there after midnight. Lots of folks been disappearing." My mouth went dry. I blinked, thinking I'd misheard. Disappearing? Gary shrugged, but his hands fidgeted. "No one talks about it much. Officially, it's just accidents or folks heading out and never coming back. But some of us know better." I forced a laugh. "Sounds like small-town gossip." He didn't smile. "Maybe. But you should stay off the highway after dark, especially past the old chemical plant. There was a leak or something a while back. Nobody's allowed to mention it, but it's bad. Real bad." I looked out the window at the empty stretch of road, the cracked asphalt glowing faintly under the street lamp's sputtering light. The wind stirred dry leaves across the lot, and a dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden. "Why wouldn't they tell anyone?" I asked, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The air had chilled a bit now, and my skin prickled. Gary shrugged again. "That's the thing. They don't want trouble. Company money, lawsuits, you know how it goes. But people disappear, and no one knows why." "Not really." The words hung in the air, heavier than the stale coffee I'd just swallowed. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was imagining things. After all, the highway was just a road, and the plant was closed years ago. Still, the idea gnawed at me. Later that night, a car pulled in just before midnight. I noticed the driver right away, nervous, hands tapping the steering wheel, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror like he expected someone to follow. He bought a couple of energy drinks and a pack of gum, barely speaking above a whisper. I caught the scent of sweat and something chemical, sharp and unsettling. "Heading out?" I asked, trying to sound friendly. He gave me a quick nod, eyes narrowing. "Yeah. You shouldn't be out here long. After midnight, it gets odd." I frowned. "Odd how?" He glanced over his shoulder, voice dropping lower. "You ever hear about the leak? The one nobody talks about? That road past the plant? Don't go that way. Please." The car's engine idled, the rumble vibrating through the floor. I watched him pull away, headlights cutting a pale path into the darkness. The smell of burnt rubber lingered, and I found myself staring out the window long after he'd disappeared. The clock ticked past 12. The night deepened. Silence. Complete silence. I couldn't tell if the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up because of the cold or something else. My hands trembled, whether from the chill or nerves, I wasn't sure. The flickering light buzzed overhead, casting quick shadows that seemed to twitch just beyond the edges of my vision. And then, from somewhere beyond the gas pumps, I heard it, a faint, steady hum, almost mechanical, like something running underground or hidden beneath the cracked asphalt. I strained to listen, but it stopped as suddenly as it began. I blinked at the empty lot, the scent of gasoline sharp in the night air. Something was wrong, that much was clear. But what? I poured another cup of coffee, this one colder than before, and stared out at the road I wasn't supposed to take. The highway stretched into the blackness, a ribbon of asphalt swallowed by the night. I wondered if I'd be foolish enough to drive it someday, or if the road would wait for me, patient and silent, just like the others. The hum of distant traffic barely reached me, but beneath that faint noise, a different sound stirred, soft, rhythmic, almost like footsteps on dry leaves. I turned sharply, heart skipping. Nothing. Just the shadows shifting with the wind. Still, the unease clung to my skin, colder than the night air. Maybe it wasn't the road itself, but what rode alongside it, memories, warnings, or ghosts I hadn't faced yet. I took a deep breath, realizing that some paths don't just wait, they watch. And sometimes, they decide when you're ready to walk them. A whisper brushed past my ear, fleeting in close, leaving me frozen in place. The whisper faded just as quickly as it had come, leaving a hollow silence that pressed down on me like a damp blanket. I leaned forward, squinting into the gloom beyond the flickering neon sign. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and pine, but there was an undercurrent of something else, something metallic, almost acrid. I rubbed my arms, the chill crawling into my skin despite the store's weak heat. This place wasn't just isolated, it felt abandoned in a way I couldn't shake. The bell above the door jingled, slicing through the stillness. I turned quickly, heart thudding. A man stood there, his face half hidden beneath a baseball cap pulled low. He looked tired, like he'd been driving for hours. His eyes darted nervously around the store before settling on me. "Hey," he said, voice rough but low. "You're the new night clerk, right?" I nodded, chewing my lip. "Yeah. You know about the disappearances?" He hesitated, then nodded. "Word travels fast around here. Folks around town whisper about it like it's some kind of curse, but it's not that simple." I motioned toward the coffee, hoping to buy some time. "I've heard warnings. Everyone's scared to talk about what's really going on." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. "You want the truth? It's the highway. Not the people. Not some criminal gang. Something else. Something they don't want anyone poking at." The weight of his words settled over me, thick and heavy. I remembered the unconscious fear that had gripped me earlier, the way the night seemed to hold its breath. "Chemical leak," I said quietly, testing the phrase aloud as if it were a puzzle piece I didn't quite understand. His eyes darkened. "That's what I'm saying. There was an accident months ago. A tanker spilled something toxic near the highway, but the company and the officials buried it. No warnings, no alerts. Just hush-hush, like it never happened." I swallowed hard. But why the disappearances? People who drive that stretch after midnight. They start coughing, get dizzy, sometimes vanish. No one knows where they go. The company's been paying off families, keeping quiet. But the truth's bleeding out. Folks around here are scared, and the cops, they don't ask questions. "Do you have proof?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He pulled a folded newspaper clipping from his pocket, edges yellowed and worn. The headline read, "Mysterious Disappearances Baffle Authorities." Beneath it, a grainy photo of the highway, with a small plume rising in the distance. I traced the words with my finger, the paper crackling. "This is old. What about recent cases?" He shrugged, eyes flicking toward the door. "People don't talk openly anymore. But you'll hear things if you listen." His words lingered just as a soft thud echoed from the back room. I jumped, heart racing. The man's eyes narrowed. "You hear that?" "Probably just the store settling," I said, though my voice wavered. The back door creaked open a fraction, a draft slipping in like a ghost. The smell hit me again, sharp and chemical, like bleach mixed with decay. He shook his head. "Nope. Doesn't feel right." The fluorescent lights overhead flickered, casting long shadows that danced along the peeling walls. I felt a cold sweat bead at my hairline despite the chill. "I'm going to check," I said, forcing my feet to move. He hesitated but followed. Together, we crept toward the rear storage room, the floorboards creaking beneath us. The smell grew stronger, making my throat tight. I covered my mouth with my sleeve, tasting something bitter and metallic. Inside, boxes were stacked haphazardly, some torn open, their contents spilled like forgotten secrets. In the corner, a plastic container leaked a dark liquid, pooling on the floor. My stomach churned. "What is that?" I whispered. The man shook his head again, grim. "Don't know. But it's not right." Suddenly, a low rumble vibrated through the ground. The lights flickered and dimmed, plunging the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into near darkness. My hands trembled as I reached for the light switch. The bulb buzzed, then snapped off with a pop. Silence. Complete silence. I could hear the distant hum of a truck engine on the highway, slow and steady. Then another sound, a faint tapping, like someone walking just beyond the edge of the property. "Stay here," I said, voice firmer than I felt. I grabbed a flashlight from the counter and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a wave, biting through my jacket. The beam sliced through the blackness, catching nothing but gravel and dry leaves. The tapping came again, closer now, echoing off the empty fields. I spun around. Nothing. I was alone. Or so I thought. Back inside, the man's voice cracked through the gloom. "You shouldn't be out there." "I'm fine," I said, but my breath came quick and shallow. He stepped into the light, eyes wide. "Listen, there's more to this than just a spill. People have been disappearing into thin air. I've seen it myself." "Seen what?" He swallowed hard. "Cars just stop on the side of the road, drivers get out, and then nothing. No tracks, no clues. Just gone. And if you get too close to the spill area, you start losing time. Minutes, sometimes hours. It's like the air itself steals you away." I laughed, but it was hollow. "That sounds impossible." "Maybe. But it's real. And it's why no one drives that highway after midnight. Except you now." The clock ticked toward 1 a.m. The highway outside remained silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the road was watching, waiting for me to make a move. A sudden chill crawled down my spine as I realized just how small and exposed I was in this forgotten corner of the world. "Why tell me this?" I asked. "Because you're new," he said. "And because you asked. But mostly because you don't have to be alone in this." I nodded slowly, heart still hammering. The night was no longer just an empty stretch of road. It was a trap. A puzzle with pieces missing. And I was right in the middle of it. Outside, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, red and pulsing, like a warning light. I blinked. The highway was no longer empty. The red glow pulsed steadily on the horizon, like a heart beating a warning I couldn't ignore. I rubbed my temples, trying to shake off the creeping tension, but it clung like a second skin. I could still hear the clerk's voice in my ear, all low and urgent. You don't drive that highway after midnight. Not anymore. Not since. He'd stopped himself, eyes darting to the door like he half expected someone to barge in and drag him away. It's not criminals. It's that damn chemical spill. The leak. The thing nobody talks about. I'd asked for more, because I needed to understand. But what I got was a tangled mess of half-truths, rumors, and silence. The spill had happened years ago, a pipeline rupture somewhere up the road, they said. The government stepped in, cleaned up what they could, but the truth was buried under layers of denial and corporate lies. The chemicals, some kind of toxic cocktail, still seeped into the earth, poisoning everything. And the disappearances? People just vanishing. Drivers, hitchhikers, locals. No bodies. No clues. I glanced at the clock. 1:01. The minutes ticked past, slow and heavy, like they were dragging me deeper into something I didn't want to face. My fingers trembled as I poured another cup of black coffee, the bitter taste grounding me, if only a little. The fluorescent light above flickered, casting long, jittery shadows over the cracked linoleum floor. Silence. Complete silence, except for the low hum of the fridge and the distant bark of a dog that sounded more like a warning than a call. You're not thinking of going out there, are you? The clerk's voice sliced through the quiet. He was leaning against the counter, eyes dark and tired. Once you cross that line, it's different. You don't get to come back the same. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the lump forming in my throat. I have to know, I said. If there's something wrong, I need to see it. I can't just wait here. He shook his head slowly. You don't get it. It's not about seeing. It's about surviving. The air itself, he stopped, like saying it out loud made it real. It messes with time. People lose hours, sometimes whole nights. When they come back, they're changed, hollow, and then they disappear again. I wanted to laugh it off, but the tremor in my hands betrayed me. That sounds like a bad dream. Maybe, he agreed, voice low. But it's what's out there. And it's why the highway's empty after dark. Because nobody wants to be caught in that. Nobody wants to lose themselves. The words hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I swallowed another mouthful of coffee, feeling a bitter burn that crawled down my throat and settled deep in my chest. Outside, the red light pulsed again, brighter now, casting an eerie glow through the dusty window. I could almost see the road twisting, alive and waiting. Why tell me all this now? I asked. Why not just warn me off and forget about it? He hesitated, then shrugged. Because you're new. And because you asked. But mostly, because you're already in it. There's no turning back. The chill that had been crawling down my spine became a cold wave that washed over me. No turning back. Those words echoed in my mind as I stood there, unsure whether to feel anger or fear. The highway outside wasn't just a road anymore. It was a trap, a slow-motion snare that tightened with every passing minute. I glanced at the broken payphone by the door, its receiver hanging loose. The static from the old radio behind the counter crackled softly, as if the night itself was trying to communicate through the white noise. I felt a strange mixture of isolation and exposure, like standing in the middle of a stage with no audience, No exit. Have you? I started, then stopped. The question felt too dangerous to voice. Have you seen anyone come back from the spill area? Anyone who could tell me what's really happening? He looked away, jaw tight. A few. But they don't talk. Not really. They keep to themselves, or they vanish again. I pressed my lips together, the taste of old metal lingering. I wanted to argue, to demand more details, but something in his eyes warned me off. Instead, I nodded slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. The clock ticked to 1:05. Outside, the red glow was brighter, pulsing faster, like a warning siren without a sound. I stepped closer to the window, the cold glass rough against my forehead. The night air was thick with something I couldn't name, something chemical and sharp that slipped under my skin and made my breath catch. I looked back at the clerk. If I'm already in it, what happens now? He shrugged again, but his eyes told a different story. You keep working. You keep watching. You don't drive that highway after midnight. I knew that wasn't good enough. Not for me. Not anymore. The night pressed in, the ticking clock, the flickering light, the pulsing red on the horizon. I realized then that whatever this was, whatever had taken those people, it wasn't some accident waiting to be uncovered. It was a slow, creeping poison, swallowing everything whole, and I was standing right at its edge. I wanted to turn away, to lock the doors and pretend none of it was real. But the truck rolled past the station, its headlights cutting through the dark, and something about the way it moved, too smooth, too deliberate, made me freeze in place. The highway wasn't empty anymore. It never had been. And now it was coming for me. The truck's headlights vanished around the bend, swallowed by the black ribbon of highway, but the unease they left behind lingered like a bad taste. I glanced at the clock behind the counter. 20 minutes until midnight. Too close. I wanted to believe it was just a rumor, a local joke to scare new hires like me. But the way the other clerk's eyes darted away when I asked no, when I pressed them for details, told a different story. Something was buried here, something rotting beneath the surface of this quiet town. One of the older clerks, a woman named Marge, shuffled past the doorway to the storage room. Her face was pale under the flickering fluorescent light, and she glanced at me before pulling the door closed behind her with a soft click. I could almost hear the lock slide into place. I wanted to follow her, demand answers, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. Instead, I leaned against the counter, the rough wood grain scratching the palm of my hand. The humming of the fridge, the faint buzz of the flickering light, the distant howl of a dog somewhere near the tree line, everything felt sharper, more alive in the darkness. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement outside, just beyond the pump lights. A figure, tall and thin, crossing the empty lot, moving with a slow, deliberate pace toward the highway. I squinted, trying to make out details, but the shadows swallowed him. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just some local rumor. Someone was out there. I stepped outside, the night air biting at my cheeks. The smell of gasoline mixed with wet earth, and deeper, underneath everything, the faint but unmistakable stench of chemicals, acrid, like burnt plastic and rusted metal. I remembered the clerk's vague warning about the chemical leak. What if that was what was out there, poisoning the land, the people? What if the disappearances were just the first signs of something worse? The figure stopped at the edge of the highway and looked back toward the station. I caught the glint of eyes reflecting in the moonlight. Not human eyes, though. Too empty, too cold. I shivered, backing inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The lock clicked, but I didn't feel any safer. I was trapped in a glass box surrounded by darkness. The highway was out there, a dark artery pulsing with danger. I tried to shake off the dread and focused on the security monitors mounted above the counter. Grainy black and white images flickered on the screens, mostly empty roads, the gas pumps, the parking lot. But then one camera caught movement near the back fence. A shadow slipped behind a rusted pickup truck, just out of sight. I leaned closer. The figure moved again, slow and calculated. I could almost hear the soft crunch of gravel beneath heavy boots. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking more than I wanted. Silence answered. Then, a voice, low, gravelly, barely a whisper, came from the radio near the soda fridge. Static. Interference. But beneath it, I thought I heard words. "Don't trust the highway." My breath caught. I stared at the radio, fingers trembling as I reached to turn it off. The hiss of static stopped. The store was silent again, except for the occasional drip from a leaking pipe somewhere in the back room. My mind raced. What had I gotten myself into? The disappearances, the chemical leak, the secret warnings, it all pointed to something bigger, something dangerous enough to keep everyone silent, scared, trapped in this loop of fear. I glanced at the clock again. Midnight had come and gone. The highway should have been empty. But it wasn't. Footsteps echoed outside. Slow. Deliberate. Coming closer. I wanted to hide. To run. But the back door was locked, the front windows too thick to break without tools I didn't have. And the highway was out there, waiting. Then the power flickered. The lights dimmed until the store was swallowed in near darkness, the only glow coming from the faint red light of the pumps outside. I held my breath. And the footsteps stopped. A shadow materialized just beyond the glass, shifting with the weak pulse of the neon sign. My heart hammered, each beat louder than the last. The figure's outline was tall, broad-shouldered, but the details were lost in the dark. I could only make out the slow rise and fall of a breath, visible in the cool night air. Then, a voice. Low, gravelly, carrying a weight that pressed against my ribs. "Open up." I didn't answer. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. Outside, the footsteps began again, pacing now circle after circle around the building, like a predator waiting for its prey to make the mistake of moving. A sudden crash echoed from the far end of the lot, a metal trash can kicked over, rolling across the cracked asphalt. My pulse surged. The figure paused, then muttered something under his breath before retreating a few steps. A flash of movement, and suddenly headlights pierced the darkness, blinding me. The engine revved aggressively, tires squealing against pavement. The car sped past, leaving the lot empty once more, save for the trembling silence and the faint, lingering echo of danger. I sank to the floor, every nerve on edge, knowing this was far from over. The night had only just begun. The night air hung thick and damp around the gas station, carrying the faint, sour tang of something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't gasoline. No, it was something sharper, colder, a chemical edge that scraped at my throat whenever I stepped outside after midnight. I had learned to notice it, the way you notice a shadow shifting just beyond the corner of your eye. That night, I was supposed to close up at 2, but the phone call from Marla kept me there until nearly 4. She sounded shaken, voice low and hurried, skipping over the usual pleasantries. "You don't want to take the highway tonight," she said, and I could hear the static crackling between us. "There's been another disappearance." I nodded to myself, even though she couldn't see me. "You mean another one of those?" "That chemical leak," she interrupted, voice barely a whisper. "It's worse than we thought. They're not telling anyone how bad. People just vanish." I ran my hand over the counter, feeling the rough edges of the plastic beneath my palm. The fluorescent light above flickered again, a stuttering pulse that matched the rapid beat in my chest. I'd heard the rumors, of course. The highway was a no-go zone after midnight, but the official line was always silence or denial. No one spoke about the leak. No one admitted there was a problem. You think it's still spreading? I asked, voice low. Could be. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's hiding in the shadows, and it's patient. I swallowed hard. The idea of patience in something so deadly was chilling. It meant waiting, watching, choosing its moment. Not random chance at all. After the call, the station felt different. The usual hum of the old fridge, the buzzing of the neon sign outside, they all seemed muted, like the world had been drained of color. My hands trembled slightly as I counted the register, the coins clinking too loudly in the otherwise thick silence. I told myself it was just exhaustion. It had to be. The highway loomed just a mile down the road, a ribbon of black asphalt slicing through the darkness. I thought about the drivers who crossed it in the dead of night and never come back, swallowed whole by something no one wanted to name. The thought made my skin prickle and my breath catch in my chest. I decided I wouldn't take that road. Not tonight. Not ever again. Instead, I called a friend in town and asked if I could crash on their couch. It felt safer than the empty highway, safer than the gas station that suddenly felt like a trap. The friend agreed without hesitation, and I packed a bag in silence, every sound amplified, the creak of the floorboards, the soft rustle of fabric. The night pressed in close, thick and heavy, as if it were holding its breath. Driving the back roads, away from the highway, I noticed the air shift again. That same chemical sting was there, faint but unmistakable. I rolled down the window and breathed deep, the cold night air biting at my lungs. It hit me then, this wasn't just a leak. It was a slow poison, seeping through the land, invisible but lethal. And the silence surrounding it? That was the real danger. A quiet conspiracy wrapped in denial and fear. I thought about the clerks who warned me, their eyes darting nervously whenever the highway came up in conversation. The missing people, their families left with nothing but questions. The company in town that everyone whispered about but never named. I felt a swell of anger rising inside me, bitter and raw. How many more had to disappear before someone stood up and said enough? At my friend's place, I sat by the window, watching the highway's faint glow in the distance. The street lamp outside flickered, casting long shadows across the floor. I realized I wasn't just afraid of the chemical anymore. I was afraid of the silence, the lies, the complicity. But I wasn't going to be silent. The next morning, I went back to the station. The sun was weak, pale against the gray sky, but it was enough to expose the grime and rust that coated the old pumps. I found Marla in the break room, staring at a crumpled newspaper clipping, a story about the disappearances, buried deep in the back pages, almost hidden. "We can't keep pretending," I said, voice steady even though my hands shook. "People need to know." She looked up, eyes tired but resolute. "I'm scared, but maybe it's time." Together, we started gathering what we could, old reports, witness accounts, anything that hinted at the truth. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The weeks that followed were a blur of whispered conversations and quiet determination. Word spread slowly, cautiously. Some people looked away, others listened with haunted eyes. The highway remained dangerous, but now it held a different meaning. Not just a place of fear, but a symbol of resistance. I never stopped smelling the chemical edge in the air. It was a reminder, a scar on the landscape and on our collective conscience. But I learned to live with it, to carry the weight of the truth like a burden I willingly bore. One night, as I locked the station doors behind me, I paused and looked down the highway. The sky was clear, stars scattered like pinpricks of light. The silence was no longer empty. It was charged with possibility. I took a deep breath, cold and sharp, and walked away. The road was still there, dark and dangerous, but I wasn't walking it alone anymore. I was part of the story now, no longer just a witness, but someone who dared to speak. And in that, there was a kind of quiet hope. Story 2, Room 207, The Wrong Door Nightmare. The neon sign outside sputtered like it was gasping for air. I checked my phone. No signal. Figures. This stretch of highway had been a dead zone for miles. The screen lit up with a stubborn spinning wheel before finally blinking no service. Great. I'd been driving since mid-afternoon, chasing fading daylight and trying to keep my eyes open past the usual point where exhaustion kicked in. I told myself I could handle one night here, rough as it looked. Besides, the sun was nearly down, and the next town was another 50 miles away. No way I was hitting the road again. The parking lot was cracked and pocked. A few cars sat scattered, their surfaces dusty, windows streaked with grime. The air smelled like burnt rubber and stale coffee. I grabbed my bag from the back seat, the zipper catching briefly on a loose thread. The motel's front door was propped open with a chipped wooden wedge, creaking softly in the chilly breeze. Inside, the lobby felt colder than outside. Fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead, casting a sickly light that made the faded floral wallpaper look even more tired. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a baseball cap that looked like it had seen better decades sat scrolling on his phone. He barely glanced up as I approached. "Room for one," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just for the night." He nodded without enthusiasm. $30. He slid a battered room keycard across the counter. "Room 207. Second floor." I glanced up at the peeling floor plan hung crooked on the wall. Rows of rectangles, some blacked out, others marked with faded numbers. The paint on the frame was chipped, and a small spider web clung stubbornly in the corner. "Second floor?" I asked, pointing to the map. "Yeah." His eyes flicked back to the phone. "Elevators out. Stairs at the end of the hall." I tucked the card into my jacket pocket and headed toward the hallway. The carpet was threadbare, its pattern swallowed by dirt and years of neglect. The walls were a pale, peeling cream, cracked in places like old plaster. The faint smell of mildew rose from somewhere beneath the surface. The stairwell was narrow and dim, lit only by a single bulb that flickered unpredictably. I kept my hand on the railing, the metal cold and rough under my fingers. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the quiet, and I caught myself slowing down to listen, as if expecting something to answer back. Room 207 was near the end of a corridor lined with identical doors, each marked with peeling numbers and scratched metal plates. I swiped the keycard, and the lock clicked open with an unexpectedly smooth sound. The door swung inward, revealing a small, cramped space that smelled like stale smoke and old carpet. I dropped my bag on the floor, the thin mattress creaking under my weight when I sat down. The window looked out onto the parking lot, but the glass was streaked with grime and the view was mostly obscured by a sagging curtain. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden against the otherwise silent night. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake off the weariness. The bathroom was cramped, the grout cracked and discolored. A faint rust stain seeped from the faucet. I ran the tap, the water sputtered before steadying, cool and metallic. I splashed some on my face, the chill sharp enough to jolt me awake a little. Before turning in, I pulled the motel map from my pocket again, squinting at the layout. There were 20 rooms on the second floor, but the corridor I was on seemed longer than the plan suggested. Curiosity nudged me forward. I stepped back into the hall, keycard in hand, and tried the door across from mine 208. Locked. Next one down, 209, same. I pressed the card again at random doors, but none budged. Then I noticed something strange. At the far end of the corridor, past the last numbered door on the map, an unmarked door sat slightly ajar. The hallway beyond it stretched into shadow, unlit and uncharted. I hesitated. The keycard was in my hand, and I wondered if it might work there too. Part of me told me to turn back, to leave it alone. But tired or not, something about that door gnawed at me. I swiped the card. It slid through the reader without resistance. The lock clicked open, the sound sharper in the silence. I pushed the door wider, the hinges groaning like a slow sigh. Inside was another corridor, narrower, colder somehow. The walls were painted a faded gray, and the floor felt rougher underfoot, like bare concrete. No carpet here. The air smelled different too, less musty, more sterile, like a hospital hallway or an abandoned office building. A faint hum of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, though the bulbs flickered intermittently, casting long shadows that jumped with each pulse. I stepped inside, the door closing softly behind me. My footsteps echoed again, but this time the sound felt different, hollow, distant, like the space was larger than it looked. I turned back and tried the door, but the lock was dead. No response to the card. I tried again, pressing harder, but nothing. The door was stuck, sealed shut. Panic prickled at the back of my neck. I pulled out the map, shaking it under the flickering light. This corridor wasn't on any of the motel's floors. Rooms and numbers, doors leading nowhere I recognized. I took a breath, trying to steady myself. My hands trembled slightly. I wasn't imagining this. The layout I'd been given didn't match the building I was in. How could that be? I stepped forward, the carpet replaced by cold tiles that echoed underfoot. Doors lined both sides, all locked, some with peeling labels that made no sense. Maintenance, storage, closed. I tried a few with the card. No luck. Turning at the end, I found another hallway branching off, longer, darker. Every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper inside a maze I hadn't signed up for. The air grew colder still, and the buzz of the overhead lights was accompanied by a faint scratching noise, maybe a rat or some other critter. But I wasn't sure. The more I walked, the more the motel seemed to shift around me. Hallways I'd passed earlier appeared unfamiliar, or had vanished altogether. I paused to listen. Silence. Complete silence. My breath came out in short puffs. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my throat and pressed on, hoping the next door would lead me back to the main corridor, or at least somewhere familiar. But it didn't. Instead, I found myself standing before a blank wall where a door should have been. The map was useless here, the keycard a meaningless piece of plastic. And then, from somewhere deep in the building, I heard footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. They weren't mine. I froze. The keycard felt cold in my clenched hand. The flickering lights overhead cast long shadows that seemed to lean toward me. I wasn't alone in this place. Not by a long shot. The blank wall stared back at me like a dare. No door, no handle, no sign that anything but solid plaster existed behind that stretch of faded wallpaper peeling at the edges. I pressed my fingers against it, feeling the rough texture, cool and unyielding. A hollow thud echoed in my palm, but that was nothing new here. Every surface seemed to absorb sound, deadening the space around me. The fluorescent bulb overhead buzzed unevenly, flickering like it was struggling to stay awake, casting a jittery shadow that made the wall look less solid than it actually was. I stepped back, blinking hard, the dryness in my throat worsening. The air was stale, like a forgotten basement, but colder, almost aggressively so. I could taste it, sharp and metallic, as if I'd been breathing in dust and rust for hours. The scratching noise was gone now, replaced by silence so complete it felt unnatural. My footsteps were the only sound, and even those seemed muted, swallowed by the oppressive stillness. I rubbed my eyes and forced myself to think. This wasn't some haunted hotel. No ghosts. No specters. Just a building that didn't want me to leave. I turned around slowly, eyes scanning the walls for anything familiar. The hallway I'd come down now looked different. I swear I'd passed a water fountain here before, but it was gone. In its place was a peeling motel sign, the kind you see stuck on a door that's been abandoned for years. The letters were scrawled in almost childish handwriting, "Keep out." The sticker was cracked and yellowed, but the message was clear. "Keep out," I muttered, testing the words aloud. I didn't believe in curses, but the phrase stuck in my head like a warning. A cold sweat broke out across my back. I tried the keycard again on a nearby door marked "Manager's Office." Nothing. I was trapped. Trapped in a building that shifted beneath my feet. That was the only way to explain it. The walls, the doors, the hallways, they were moving, like a puzzle where the pieces didn't fit anymore. I took a deep breath and forced myself to move forward. Panic wouldn't help me, and I needed answers. I backtracked, trying to reconstruct my path. The corridor I'd entered was narrow, carpet threadbare and stained, the smell of mildew thick enough to choke on. The overhead lights flickered more violently now, buzzing and humming like they were about to give out. I passed doors, all locked, some with peeling labels that made no sense. Maintenance, storage, closed. I tried a few with the card. No luck. Turning at the end, I found another hallway branching off, longer, darker. Every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper inside a maze I hadn't signed up for. The air grew colder still, and the buzz of the overhead lights was accompanied by a faint scratching noise, maybe a rat or some other critter. But I wasn't sure. The more I walked, the more the motel seemed to shift around me. Hallways I'd passed earlier appeared unfamiliar, or had vanished altogether. I paused to listen. Silence. Complete silence. My breath came out in short puffs. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my throat and pressed on, hoping the next door would lead me back to the main corridor, or at least somewhere familiar. But it didn't. Instead, I found myself standing before a blank wall where a door should have been. The map was useless here, the keycard a meaningless piece of plastic. I ran my fingers over the wall again, desperate. Then I noticed something else, a faint outline, like a door frame pressed into the plaster but never finished. I crouched down to get a better look, tracing the shape with the tip of my finger. The plaster was cracked along the edges of the outline, and just beneath the surface, I could almost see the shadow of hinges. A hidden door. I leaned closer, my ear against the cold wall, heart thudding so hard I thought the whole place might hear it. Nothing. No creaks, no voices, no movement. Just the dull thrum of the fluorescent light overhead. I stood up, feeling a cold sweat break out again. This was no simple mistake. Someone had sealed this door for a reason. But who? And why? I backed away slowly, glancing down the hallway again. The scratches were louder now, closer. Not the scurrying of a rat. No, this was deliberate, slow, methodical. Human. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, cautious, deliberate footsteps coming from behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. No one in sight. The scratching stopped. The silence pressed in. I pressed my back against the wall and pulled out my phone. No signal. Great. I tried to call out, voice shaking. Hello? Is anyone there? Only my echo answered. A cold draft brushed past me, carrying a faint smell of cigarette smoke and something else too faint to place, but unpleasant, like sweat and stale beer. I swallowed again, heart hammering. Someone was here. Watching. Waiting. I slid down the wall, sitting on the stained carpet, trying to steady my breathing. The key card. The map. The locked doors that shouldn't be locked. The hidden door. Everything pointed to one thing. This place was a trap. But why? And what did they want? The thought clawed at me, sharp and insistent. I needed to find out. I stood up, hands trembling. If I was going to get out of here, I had to start looking for a pattern. For clues. For a way to open that door. I headed back the way I'd come, retracing my steps with more care. At the intersection, I noticed something new, a small scrap of paper pinned under a chipped piece of tape on the wall. It was almost invisible, blending into the peeling paint. I pulled it free. A crudely drawn map. Not the official one the front desk gave me, but a different layout. There were markings, circles, item, and a scrawled note, "Don't trust the keys." I frowned. What did that mean? I flipped the paper over. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. My stomach twisted. I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my pocket. The scratching started again, this time from the far end of the hallway. I froze, listening. A faint shuffle, then silence. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a broken motel. It was a prison. And I was the only prisoner. I tried the doors marked emergency exit. Locked tight. I pressed my ear to one. No sound. I looked down at my key card. It worked on the room I'd first entered. The one that didn't exist. But nowhere else. A cold wind whispered through the cracked windows, carrying the scent of forgotten memories. The thought dawned on me slowly. Maybe that room wasn't just a room. Maybe it was a hub. A point to which all these shifting hallways led. If I could get back there. If I could figure out what was hidden behind that sealed door. Maybe then I could find a way out. The scratching resumed, louder now, closer. I turned and ran. I didn't know where I was going. I only knew I had to keep moving. To stay ahead of whatever was out there. I didn't look back. The flickering lights overhead cast long shadows that danced wildly on the walls. I stumbled through the maze, each step echoing in the silence. And then, just when I thought I might collapse, I saw it. A door. Unlocked. Faint light spilling out from underneath. I reached out, fingers trembling, and pushed it open. The room was small and windowless, lit by a single bare bulb swinging from the ceiling. Inside, a desk covered in papers and an old rotary phone sat against the far wall. The air smelled of dust and old coffee. I stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind me. And then, from somewhere deep within the motel, a voice whispered, "Welcome back." The scrap of paper burned in my pocket like a secret I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Don't trust the keys. Simple words, but they twisted around my thoughts as I stood frozen outside that locked emergency exit. The hallway stretched dim and silent ahead, the flicker of the overhead light casting long, jittery shadows across the cracked tiles. I could almost taste the stale, recycled air, musty with damp plaster and that faint chemical sting of cleaning supplies that never quite reached the corners. I pressed my palm flat against the cold metal door, feeling the roughness of chipped paint beneath my fingertips. No sound came through, just the hollow thud of my heartbeat. It wasn't the first door I tried, but it was the first that mattered. Every exit was locked down like a vault. The motel wasn't just run down. It was sealed. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my hands. The key card in my other pocket felt heavier now, like it carried the weight of a trap rather than a promise of escape. The door it opened, the one I'd stumbled into by accident, the room that didn't exist, was the one thing I could get to. And nowhere else. I stepped back from the emergency exit and looked around. The corridor was empty, but the silence was too complete. No distant voices, no cars outside, no clinking of glasses from the lounge downstairs. Only that faint scratching noise from before. It had stopped again. I couldn't tell if I was waiting for it or trying to ignore it. My breath fogged the air, cold and heavy with silence. The motel's ancient air conditioner groaned in the distance, like it was struggling to breathe, to keep the stale air moving through this labyrinth of peeling wallpaper and flickering bulbs. I tapped the folded paper in my pocket, fingers curling around the edges. The map wasn't just a crudely drawn layout. It was a reminder. A warning. Someone else had been here before, had seen what I was seeing, and had left a message, maybe to help, maybe to haunt. But the big question was, who? I had to know. I slipped the paper out and unfolded it again. The circles marked certain rooms, some with tiny notes like safe or watch. Others were just scribbles, crossed out. The scrawl was messy, like whoever made it was in a hurry or scared. Don't trust the keys. That nagged at me. The key card wasn't just useless outside the room. It might be dangerous. I glanced back toward the door I'd come through. The one that opened for me, and for me alone, apparently. I considered going back inside and locking the door behind me. The room was small, with cracked linoleum floors and a peeling wallpaper pattern that tried to look like faded florals. A single window, but it was boarded up from the outside. No fresh air. No way out. The thought made my chest tighten. Then, footsteps. Soft but definite. Somewhere down the hall, closer this time. I froze, heart hammering. The scratching had started again, but now it was joined by something else rhythmic and deliberate. Footsteps. Slow, heavy. I slid the map back into my pocket and pressed my back against the wall. The overhead light flickered once, twice, then steadied. The footsteps stopped just out of sight around the corner. "Hello?" I called out, voice rough. "Is someone there?" No answer. The silence that followed was worse. I debated whether to run or stay still. The hallway behind me was a dead end. Ahead, it branched left and right, twisting deeper into the motel's maze. I didn't know which way led out, or if any of them did. The key card burned against my thigh. I thought about the motel clerk's tired eyes earlier that day, the way he avoided looking directly at me. There had to be more to this place. Something he wasn't saying. And now, someone else was here. Watching. The footsteps resumed, slower this time, measured. Closer. I pressed my hand to the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath my fingers, the cold seeping in through the chipped paint. My skin prickled. The air smelled sour, like old sweat and something metallic I couldn't place. Maybe rust. Or worse. I edged forward, careful to keep out of sight around the corner. The hallway stretched into darkness, the single bulb overhead flickering like a dying heartbeat. "Hey!" I whispered, louder than I meant. "I'm not looking for trouble." No reply. Just the shuffle of footsteps retreating, then cracking back toward me. The sound of a door clicking shut echoed down the hall. I swallowed, trying to stay calm. Whoever it was didn't want to talk. Maybe they didn't want me to leave. I found myself thinking about the front desk again. The worn-out receptionist, the way he handed me the key card with a nervous glance. Had he known something? Was he involved? The thought was unbearable. But the only way out was through. I unfolded the map again, tracing the route with a trembling finger. There was a room marked with a circle and a note, safe. If you can get there. It was a long shot. But it was something. I moved fast, footfalls muffled on the cracked tiles as I slipped through the maze of corridors, avoiding the corners where shadows pulled like ink. Every door was a potential trap. Every step echoed too loud. The motel's stale air grew heavier. I could taste it now, like copper on my tongue, sharp and bitter. The flickering lights overhead buzzed in my ears, adding a strange rhythm to the silence. I reached the door marked on the map. The key card didn't work here, of course. Beneath the heavy fog, shadows shifted silently along the deserted street. The room inside was small and bare, but the window was unboarded. Moonlight spilled in, pale and cold. I stepped inside and closed the door softly behind me. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt a flicker of relief. Fresh air. A glimpse of the outside world. But it was a false hope. Because as I turned, the door clicked locked behind me. And somewhere in the dark hallway, footsteps began again. Slow. Patient. Waiting. I was trapped. And I wasn't alone. The door didn't budge. Not a whisper of movement. I pressed my palm flat against the cold metal, feeling the rough paint flake under my skin. The key card was useless here. Just like every other door I tried since I left my room. The flickering fluorescent light above sputtered and died, plunging the hallway into a desperate kind of dimness, the kind that makes your eyes strain to find something familiar. I swallowed hard, tasting the copper tang again, sharper this time, like the motel was bleeding into me. I backed away slowly, the worn carpet crunching beneath my shoes, and the silence settled so thick I could almost hear the blood rushing in my ears. The map in my hand was crumpled and stained, edges curling like old leaves. I traced my route again with a finger that trembled. That circle, the word safe scrawled in faded ink, was it a lie? A trap? Maybe it was the only hope I had left. The hallway stretched out to my left and right, both sides swallowed by shadows that seemed to twist and curl like smoke. I turned left first, stepping carefully, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing colder, drier. The smell shifted, no longer just a stale motel funk but something else. Something sharp, metallic, and faintly sweet. It nudged at the back of my throat, making me cough. I paused, listening. Nothing. Only the distant hum of an air conditioner struggling to keep up. At the end of the hall, a door cracked open a sliver. A sliver of yellow light spilled out, warm and inviting in contrast to the oppressive gloom. I froze. My fingers clenched the key card so tightly the plastic bent. Whoever was inside knew I was here. I could feel it like a weight in my chest. I stepped forward. Hello? My voice was low, rough. Is someone there? No answer. Just the quiet buzz of that yellow light, the faint scrape of a chair against the floor. I inched closer, the floorboards creaking underfoot. The door eased wider, revealing a room that didn't look like it belonged in this motel. The walls were painted a soft cream, clean and unblemished. A small desk sat below a window, papers neatly stacked, a rotary phone resting on top. The air smelled of lemon cleaner and old paper. It was a tiny island of normalcy in a sea of decay. I stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind me. My heart hammered against my ribs, loud enough that I half expected someone to hear it. I scanned the room, searching for a clue, a person, anything. Nothing moved. No one breathed. The silence was heavy, but it wasn't empty. On the desk, a folded piece of paper caught my eye. I picked it up, fingers slick with sweat. The handwriting was jagged, hurried. If you want out, don't trust the lights. Follow the cold. I frowned. Follow the cold? What did that even mean? The only cold I felt was the chill creeping up my spine. Suddenly, a noise. A soft shuffle from behind the door. I spun around, heart spiking. The door rattled gently, as if someone was pressing against it from the other side. "Hey," I called, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not here to hurt you. Please, just..." The door stopped moving. Silence. Then, a scrape, like nails against wood. I backed away slowly, eyes darting around the room. The window, the one behind the desk, was sealed shut, but the glass was smudged with fingerprints. Someone had been watching. Maybe still was. My hands trembled, and I shoved the paper into my pocket. I needed to think, to breathe. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air thickening, pressing against my lungs. I moved toward the door, testing the handle. Locked. Not surprising. The keycard didn't work here either. I pressed my ear to the door, straining for any sound. Nothing now. Just the faint hum of the lights outside. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. The note said not to trust the lights. Maybe the power was a clue. If I could find a place colder than this, maybe near an exit. I remembered the basement stairs marked faintly on the map, hidden behind a maintenance closet on the second floor. I'd avoided it before, the smell of damp and mold seeping from beneath the door enough to keep me away. But now, anything seemed better than this suffocating room. I pulled the door handle again. Locked tight. I pressed my shoulder against it, but it wouldn't budge. My frustration boiled over. I pounded on it, hard enough to make my knuckles sting. "Let me out," I hissed. Silence. Then, a muffled voice from the other side. Low, rough, almost a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." My breath caught. "Who is that?" No answer. I felt the hairs on my neck rise. That voice, close but unreachable, was enough to remind me how deeply I had fallen into this place's trap. I backed away from the door, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. My eyes caught a shadow shifting outside the small window. A figure, tall and thin, moving just beyond the yellow glow of the hallway light. I blinked, and it was gone. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my mouth and pulled the map back out. The basement stairs, if I could find them, maybe I could get to the lobby, or better yet, outside. I edged toward the window, peering out. The hallway stretched away, doors lining each side. The yellow light flickered again, wavering between life and death. I noticed something else, a small sign, half peeled and faded, taped near the ceiling at the far end. It said maintenance with an item pointing left. I hesitated. Maintenance meant tools. People. Maybe answers. But also risk. Whoever was out there could be waiting. Still, I had to try. I pressed my face close to the glass, listening. The corridor beyond was silent now, but I could hear something else, soft breathing, distant footsteps, the scrape of something heavy dragged across the floor. I swallowed my fear and leaned down, sliding the window a fraction. The glass didn't budge. I cursed under my breath. No escape that way. Then I noticed the vent near the ceiling, its grill loose, slightly ajar. It was a tight squeeze, but maybe I could fit through. The thought made my skin crawl, imagining the dusty crawl space above, cramped and dark. The moment the elevator doors slid open on the ground floor, the stale air of the lobby hit me like a wall. I stepped out, the faded linoleum tiles cool beneath my sneakers, and looked around. The reception desk was deserted, save for a dusty bell that hadn't been rung in what felt like years. The flickering fluorescent light above hummed and buzzed, casting uneven shadows onto the cracked plaster walls. I swallowed hard, taste sour and bitter in my mouth, and took a slow breath to steady the fluttering in my chest. I had to get out of that place. No question. Every hallway I tried led me deeper into the motel's guts. Locked doors, peeling wallpaper, the faint smell of mildew mixed with something coppery, old blood, maybe. I was certain now that the room my keycard had opened wasn't just a glitch or a misprint. It was deliberate. Someone wanted to trap me. My hands trembled as I slid the card through the reader again, hoping for a miracle, but the door stayed shut. I stepped back, pressing my shoulder against it, but it didn't budge. Behind me, the hallway stretched endlessly, a crooked spine of doors and flickering bulbs. Each corridor looked the same, like a twisted funhouse mirror reflecting my growing panic. I tried to focus. I kept telling myself, this was a building, old and decrepit, but just a building. No ghosts. No tricks. No supernatural nonsense. People made this mess, people who wanted to hurt others by trapping them in a nightmare of their own design. I wished I could hear a voice, a friendly voice, footsteps, anything but silence. Complete silence. A faint creak drew my attention. I spun around, heart hammering, eyes darting toward the end of the hall. A shadow moved, maybe a figure. Maybe just a trick of the light. The smell hit me then, sweat, stale cigarettes, something metallic and sharp. Someone was here. Watching. I swallowed dry and stepped forward, every nerve screaming to run, but my legs felt like lead. I forced myself to keep moving, following the sound of soft footsteps echoing just ahead. The corridors twisted and branched like a labyrinth, and I couldn't tell if I was going forward or deeper into the maze. The air was thick, dusty, and the musty scent mixed with something else, fear, maybe. Or desperation. I didn't want to dwell on it, but my throat felt raw as if I'd been swallowing grit. I rounded a corner and stopped dead. There he was. A man, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his face half hidden in shadows. His eyes caught mine, cold and calculating. He smiled, but it wasn't warm. It was a slow, deliberate thing that sent a shiver down my spine. Looking for a way out, he asked, voice low and smooth, like oil spilling over broken glass. I nodded, unable to trust my voice. He stepped closer, the floor creaking beneath his boots. This place isn't what it seems. You've stumbled into something you don't understand. I clenched my fists. Just let me leave. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. If I let you leave, then who's having the fun? I wanted to tell him to go away, to leave me alone, but my voice was caught in my throat. Instead, I studied him, his worn jacket, the dirt under his nails, the way his eyes glittered with something dangerous. Not supernatural. Just human. Predatory. Why are you doing this? I finally asked, voice rough. He shrugged. Boredom. Power. Maybe both. Doesn't matter. You're here now. I swallowed hard and glanced around, looking for a way past him. The hallway behind him stretched into darkness, but the opposite direction opened onto a stairwell. My gut told me to move, but my body froze. Then he took a step forward, and the fine hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady, and said, "I'm not your plaything." His smile faded for a moment, replaced by something almost like respect. Good. You'll need that. Without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing around a corner. I waited, heart thumping, until I no longer heard his footsteps. I ran for the stairwell, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the empty shaft. The metal stairs were cold and rough against my palms as I gripped the railing, the smell of rust thick in the air. I pushed open the door at the bottom and spilled outside. The night air hit me like a wave, cool and real. The distant hum of traffic, the faint bark of a dog, the smell of wet asphalt after a brief rain. I closed my eyes, breathing it all in as if I might wake up. I was free. But free meant something different now. The motel's maze, the locked doors, the man's cold smile, they weren't just about a place. They were about fear, control, and the way people could trap others without any supernatural tricks. The horror wasn't in ghosts or curses, but in the very real evil people could carry with them. I walked down the cracked sidewalk, head low, hands in my pockets. The sky was cloudy, but a weak moon peeked through. I thought about the map I'd seen at the front desk, the one that didn't include my room. About the hallways that shifted like a puzzle. About the man who watched, who played. I realized something else, too. I wasn't the same person who checked into that motel. I stopped at a street lamp and looked back toward the motel. The building loomed dark and silent, its windows like empty eyes. I felt the weight in my chest, the exhaustion, the relief, and a deep, lingering unease. I knew I'd carry this with me. The way fear had sharpened my senses, forced me to see the world differently. The way I'd learned to trust no one, and yet, somehow, to hold on to hope. Because hope was the only thing that kept me moving. The only thing that could push me through the darkness. I swallowed hard, tasting the cool night air, and started walking. Away from the motel. Away from the maze. Away from the man with the cold smile. I didn't look back again. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was mine. And that was enough. Story 3, Living Clay, Statues That Watch. The first time I noticed something was off, I thought it was the morning light playing tricks on me. The statues were there, of course. My clay figures, half finished, cracked in places, some smoothed over with fresh plaster, lined the shelves and the workbench like silent witnesses. I always left them arranged in a way that made sense to me, or at least had some kind of order. The tall woman with her arms stretched out, the crouching boy with his head bowed, the faceless man with his shoulders hunched. I was certain I'd left them clustered near the back wall, away from the drafts. But now, the crouching boy was closer to the window, bathed in a pale light that made the plaster gleam. The faceless man had shifted too, angled toward the door as if watching me enter. My fingers itched to reach out and straighten them, but I hesitated. Had I moved them before I left and forgotten? The uncertainty nagged at me. I knelt down and ran a rough thumb over the boy's chipped knee, the plaster cool and gritty under my skin. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the studio floor had warped, or a draft nudged them ever so slightly. It was an old building, after all. The ceiling plaster cracked in places, and the single bare bulb overhead flickered faintly, casting jittery shadows that made even the statues look like they were twitching. The evening sun sifting through the grimy window caught the dust motes in a lazy dance. I pulled off my jacket and hung it on the back of the chair, then leaned against the workbench, breathing in the sharp scent of plaster dust mixed with the faintest trace of turpentine. It smelled like home, in a way. The studio was my refuge, and yet that day, it felt different, smaller, somehow, like the walls had crept in a little closer. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe the long absence had scrambled my sense of space. Or maybe I was just tired. I was about to set up my tools when I caught sight of the small statue on the windowsill, a delicate figure of a girl, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her face turned away. I was sure she'd been facing the door last time. Now, her back was to it, her shoulders rigid, almost defensive. A chill ran down my spine. I rubbed my palms on my jeans, the fabric rough and grounding. Must be the light, I muttered. Or maybe I'm too jumpy after the trip. I rummaged through my bag for my sketchbook, but as I did, the floor creaked behind me, a subtle groan that echoed in the bare room. I froze, heart skipping. Outside, a dog barked distantly, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I told myself again it was nothing. The building was old. Floors creaked. Dogs barked. Still, I glanced over my shoulder. Empty hallway. No one. I shook my head and sat down on the cold concrete floor, crossed my legs, and pulled out my sketchbook. The pages were stiff with dust. I flipped through them absently, watching the dust swirl in the fading light. My hand trembled slightly when I lifted the pencil, but I pushed the feeling away. The studio was quiet except for the hum of the street outside, muffled cars and low voices drifting through the cracked window. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, tasting the faint bitterness of stress and exhaustion. The air was cool, but not cold, and the faint scent of damp plaster lingered in the corners. I tried to focus on the sketches, faces, hands, fragments of bodies, but my mind kept wandering back to the statues. Why did they seem so different? I stood and paced slowly, the soles of my shoes scraping softly on the rough floor. I circled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, eyes darting to each figure. The tall woman by the back wall now faced the door, her arms no longer outstretched but hanging limply by her sides. The crouching boy's head was lifted, his posture less defeated than before. The faceless man's shoulders had straightened, his head tilted slightly. Had I changed them? I couldn't remember. The studio felt colder now, or maybe it was just a creeping dusk. The bulb overhead flickered again, and for a moment the shadows seemed to deepen, swallowing the edges of the room. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper rising in my mouth. I wanted to turn on the heater, but the ancient unit coughed and wheezed before falling silent. The silence returned, heavier somehow. I rubbed my arms and moved toward the window, pushing it open a crack. The night air smelled of wet pavement and distant rain. A faint rumble of thunder rolled through the sky. I closed my eyes for a moment and leaned my forehead against the cold glass. The rain began to patter softly, a steady rhythm against the pane. The statues behind me stood like ghosts, their plaster faces unreadable. I shook my head to clear the haze. The studio was supposed to be my sanctuary. The one place I could control, or my hands shaped the world. But something had changed. I glanced back at the figures and noticed the small statue on the windowsill again, the girl with her back turned. Her head had tilted just slightly, the barest hint of a nod, as if acknowledging my presence. I blinked hard. No, I must be imagining it. Then I heard a faint scrape against the wooden floor. Not loud enough to be footsteps. More like a shift, like something nudged against the floor or a shelf. I wasn't alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Hello? My voice was hoarse and small. Is someone there? No answer. Just the rain, the flickering light, and the statues. I moved toward the door, heart thudding, and peered into the hallway. Empty. I stepped outside, the cool air washing over me, smelling of rain and wet stone. No one. No sign. I closed the door behind me but kept my hand poised on the handle. Something was wrong. I didn't know it yet, but the feeling clung to me like a shadow. I looked back at the window, where the statues waited, silent and still. And I wondered if they had always been watching me. The rain had stopped by the time I stepped outside, but the air was thick with dampness and a faint, persistent smell of wet earth that clung to my jacket. I wandered the block, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The street was empty, save for the occasional glint of a car's taillight disappearing around a corner. A dog barked somewhere distant, sharp, then fading into the night. Nothing else. No footprints in the wet pavement. No sign of anyone who might have been inside the studio. But that scrape, the sound had been too deliberate to be the wind or a settling house. Something nudged against the floor, and it wasn't me. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the image of those statues shifting in my mind. Not physically, I told myself. Just shadows playing tricks. Yet, something had moved. Someone had. Morning came gray and overcast, muffling the world outside. The studio felt colder than usual when I unlocked the door, the wooden floor creaking underfoot. The familiar scent of plaster dust and turpentine was there, but beneath it lurked something faintly metallic, sharp like iron or maybe dry blood. I sniffed, confused. No, nothing visible, no stains, just the smell lingering around the base of the statues. I approached the first figure, the man crouching with his hands clutched over his face. I swear it hadn't been like that yesterday. Yesterday, his hands had been resting on his knees. I ran my fingers lightly over the rough plaster. The texture was unchanged, but the pose was different. I stepped back, heart thudding. The shift was subtle, but deliberate. I checked the others. The woman with the outstretched arm, her fingers curled slightly now, where before they had been open, as if reaching. The boy, who had been looking down, now tilted his head to the side, a gesture I recognized from a photograph of my brother after the accident, the look of someone trying not to cry. I realized I'd been right. Someone had been moving them. I searched for footprints, scuffed plaster, anything. The dusty floorboards near the statues showed faint impressions, not mine. The shape was too small for most adults, but too large for a child. I pulled my phone from my pocket and snapped pictures, then sat down heavily on the stool. The studio suddenly felt oppressive, as if the walls were closing in. The statues weren't just art anymore. They were messages, confessions, reminders. I thought about who might have a key. No one else should. But the lock was old, and the door didn't latch securely. I'd been careless, assuming no one would bother. Stupid assumption. I needed help. I called Mara, my closest friend and fellow artist, who lived a few blocks away. Her voice was bright and warm on the line, the kind of presence that could cut through the fog in my head. "Hey," she said. "Everything okay?" I hesitated. "I think someone's been in my studio, moving the statues." There was a pause. Moving them? Like rearranging? Exactly. And they're not random. The poses mimic things I've tried to forget. Things I never talked about. Mara's sigh was soft but steady. "That's creepy. You want me to come by?" "Yeah. Please." While waiting for her, I went back to the window where the girl statue stood, her back to the room. I reached out, almost touching her shoulder. The plaster was cool beneath my fingers, but I swear the figure seemed to lean slightly away, as if recoiling. I shook the thought off. Mara arrived 15 minutes later, umbrella dripping water onto the floor. Her eyes immediately scanned the room, landing on the statues. "These are incredible," she said, voice low. "But yeah, there's something off." I showed her the photos on my phone, pointing out the differences. She nodded slowly, brows furrowed. "Whoever's doing this knows you. Knows your history. That's personal." I swallowed. "Exactly. I keep thinking about the accident with my brother, the fights with Dad, the nights I wanted to disappear. It's like someone's putting all that on display. Mara paced a little, then stopped near the boy statue. You ever told anyone about these moments? Friends? Family? Not really. Too raw. I don't want to seem weak. She looked at me, eyes fierce. You're not weak. But maybe it's time to stop pretending you're alone. Her words hit harder than I expected. I nodded, but inside, a cold knot tightened. Have you checked the security system? She asked. I shook my head. I don't have one. I thought the neighborhood was safe. Not anymore. She pulled out her phone. I can set something up. Motion sensors, cameras. Something you can check remotely. Relief mixed with dread. The idea of surveillance felt invasive, but necessary. We spent the afternoon examining every inch of the studio. Mara helped me move the statues back to their original positions, marking each with small tags so I could tell if they were tampered with again. We wiped fingerprints from the surfaces, though I knew it wouldn't stop whoever was doing this. As evening crept in, the light dimming through the dusty windows, Mara's presence was a balm against the quiet unease. We talked about everything, her new show, my work, the weight of memory and art. But beneath the chatter, the statues waited, silent and still, their eyes fixed on us. Before she left, Mara pulled me aside. Listen, she said, voice low, urgent. If this is someone you know, someone close, it's not just about the statues. They're trying to get under your skin. Don't ignore that. I nodded again, but I was already feeling the walls closing in tighter than before. That night, I lay awake, the studio's image burned behind my eyelids. The statues had been moved again, I was sure of it. I imagined them shifting slowly in the dark, fingers curling, heads tilting, silent witnesses to a story I hadn't dared to tell. A sudden noise jolted me upright, a soft thud from the studio below. My breath caught in my throat. I listened. Silence. Complete silence. I reached for my phone, thumb hovering over the screen. Then I heard it again. A scrape. Closer this time. Someone was inside. And I wasn't ready to find out why. The scrape came again, sharper this time, dragging across the floorboards like fingernails on a chalkboard. Light from the street lamps spilled through the grimy windows, casting long, thin bars across the scattered tools and half-finished sculptures. The statues, those damned silent statues, stood unmoving, but I swore their eyes flickered, tracking me. It was absurd. Impossible. Yet the sensation clung like a second skin. I swallowed hard. Who's there? The words came out strangled, cracked. No answer. Just the scrape again, the subtle sound of movement across the floor. I forced myself to stand, every muscle taut, skin prickling with cold sweat. The floor felt uneven beneath my bare feet, rough bits of plaster and clay pressing hard. I walked forward, each step slow and deliberate, eyes darting between the statues' frozen faces, some cracked, others smooth and almost painfully human in their detail. One figure, tall, slender, a woman with her hands pressed to her temples, was no longer where I'd left her. She had been near the back wall, but now she stood near the entrance, her head tilted at a curious angle. I blinked, stepped closer. The plaster was chipped at the base, as if someone had dragged her across the floor. A cold rush burst through me. They'd been moved. Again. But not just moved, arranged. I crouched to examine the base. There, scratched into the dusty floor with something hard and sharp, were letters. I brushed away the dust, heart hammering, shame. The words sat there, stark and accusing. I staggered back, knocking over a small pile of plaster chips. The noise felt deafening. The studio seemed to inhale, the shadows tightening. I felt the weight of it, the message beneath the message. Someone wasn't just rearranging my statues, they were reliving my darkest moments. Not just mimicking the shapes, but the emotions, the memories I tried to bury beneath layers of clay and stone. The night I walked out on my family. The argument that broke everything. The day I buried my father's ashes in that forgotten corner of the garden. Every piece, every sculpture, was a fragment of my guilt. Someone knew. Had known all along. A thudding noise came from the far corner, near the door to the storage room. My pulse skipped. I crept closer, fingers brushing the rough wooden door frame. The door was slightly ajar, just enough to slip a hand inside. I hesitated. My fingers found a folded piece of paper wedged between the door and the frame. I pulled it free, unfolding the creased sheet. The handwriting was neat but urgent. You can't run from this. I see you. I know what you hide. No signature. I swallowed past the lump in my throat, starting back to the statues. They no longer seemed to be just frozen figures. They were accusations, witnesses, and threats all at once. The phone vibrated in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out, Mara's name. I answered on the second ring. Did you sleep at all? Her voice was sharp but low, protective. Not exactly. My voice was hoarse. We need to talk. In person. Now. She paused. I'm coming over. I didn't argue. I couldn't. Minutes later, the doorbell rang. I opened it to find Mara standing there, her eyes wide, scanning the studio behind me like she expected to see ghosts. Show me, she said immediately. I led her inside, the statues watching from their pedestals. She walked slowly, fingertips grazing the rough surfaces, eyes narrowing at the shifted figures. This isn't just someone messing with you, Mara said quietly. They're trying to break you. To pull you apart. I nodded, the weight of it pressing down. How do you know? She hesitated. Because I've seen it before. Not with statues, but with people. Someone close. Someone trusted. They use what you hide. Your guilt, your fears. And they rearrange it, piece by piece, until you don't know what's real anymore. Do you think it's someone I know? My voice cracked. She looked up sharply. I don't just think it. I'm sure. The studio suddenly felt smaller, the walls inching closer. The statue's hollow eyes seemed to gleam with a terrible understanding. I realized then that this wasn't a game. It was a trap. And I was caught. I can't leave, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Not now. Not when they're inside. Mara's jaw tightened. Then we have to find them. Before it's too late. I nodded, but deep down, I knew we were already past the point of no return. Suddenly, a faint creak echoed from the upper floor, a whisper of movement. Someone was watching. Waiting. And this time, they weren't hiding. I motioned for Mara to stay close, every nerve on edge. The dim light cast long shadows along the hallway, twisting familiar shapes into grotesque figures. We edged forward, breaths shallow, every sound magnified in the oppressive silence. The creaking grew louder, deliberate steps descending the staircase. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the moonlight filtering through the cracked window. Heart hammering, I squinted to make out the face. It wasn't one of them. It was someone I never expected, someone who held answers, but whose allegiance was as uncertain as the night itself. Their eyes met mine, cold and unreadable, and a slow smile curled at the corner of their lips. The moonlight spilled across the floorboards, pale and cold, casting long, thin shadows that crawled like fingers toward us. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The words cracked, brittle from exhaustion and fear. The figure tilted their head, eyes glinting in the half-dark. "You don't recognize me?" The voice was calm, almost amused, but there was an edge beneath, like ice scraping stone. I did. I knew that voice. But it couldn't be. No one should have come back after all this time. Not after what I thought was over. My hands clenched, nails biting into my palms. "Why are you here?" I demanded, voice steadier now, though my insides were twisting in knots. "To watch," they said simply, stepping forward. The dim light revealed a face I had tried to erase from my memory, sharp cheekbones, dark eyes too calculating to be anything but dangerous. "To see how far you've fallen." Mara stiffened next to me, her eyes darting between us. "We're not here to play games," she said, voice firm but low. "If you want something, say it." The visitor's smile widened, but it didn't reach their eyes. "Oh, I don't want anything. Except to remind you." A shiver ran down my spine. The studio felt suddenly smaller, the walls closing in like the room itself was breathing. I glanced toward the statues, their pale forms hunched, twisted, and impossibly still. Yet somehow, tonight, they seemed sharper, more vivid, like watching a memory through a cracked lens. "Remind me of what?" I asked, stepping closer to the nearest sculpture. It was the one Mara and I had barely noticed before, a figure curled into itself, face buried in hands. The pose wasn't random. It was a mirror of a night I had buried deep in shame, a moment I never wanted to revisit. The visitor's gaze flicked to the statue, then back to me. "Of your darkest moments. The ones you think you escaped but never truly left behind." I swallowed, the metallic taste thick in my mouth. "You've been moving them," I said quietly. "All this time." They nodded. Each arrangement, a reflection. A confession. "You think you're alone here. That no one watches. But I do. I always have." Mara's jaw tightened. "Why? What do you want from us? Isn't it obvious?" The figure took another step forward, and the shadows shifted with them. "I want you to face the truth. To see yourself as I see you." I blinked, heart hammering. My mind scrambled for control, for reason. But the memories, the failures, the regrets, the moments of weakness, they all surged at once, raw and unforgiving. The statues weren't just art anymore. They were accusations. "Why me?" I whispered, voice breaking. "Why now?" The visitor's smile faded into something colder, harder. "Because you left. You walked away. And I stayed behind to pick up the pieces you dropped. To watch you pretend you're not haunted." Mara stepped between us, her hand brushing my arm. "Enough," she said quietly but with steel. "You don't get to decide how we live." The visitor's eyes flicked to Mara, then back to me. "She's brave. I'll give you that. But bravery doesn't erase the past." Suddenly, a sharp noise cracked through the room, a vase shattered against the floor, scattering shards like frozen rain. We all jumped. I looked around, heart racing, trying to pinpoint the source. The visitor didn't flinch. Instead, they smiled, as if the chaos was theirs to command. "See," they said. "The past isn't just behind you. It's here. In this room. In every shadow." I swallowed again, the cold sweat prickling down my neck. My fingers itched to touch the statues, to rearrange them, to take back control. But I knew it wouldn't matter. Whoever this was had already won that battle. "Show yourself," Mara said, voice low and steady. "If you want a confrontation, then come out." The visitor paused, then stepped fully into the pale light. Their features were sharper than ever, eyes burning with something fierce and terrible. "You think this is about me?" They shook their heads slowly. "No. It's about you. About who you are when no one's watching." I felt a jolt of anger, bitter and hot. "You don't know me." They laughed softly, a sound like dry leaves scraping pavement. "I know more than you realize. More than you want to admit." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking legs. The studio's shadows seemed to pulse, the statue's cold eyes watching, waiting. Mara's hand tightened on my arm, grounding me. "Then why are you here now?" I asked, voice firmer than before. The visitor's gaze didn't waver. "Because the game's almost over. The final piece falls into place tonight." A sudden noise outside, a dog barking, distant and desperate, cut through the tension. The visitor's eyes flicked to the window, then back to us. "We don't have much time." Their voice dropped to a whisper. "Soon, you'll understand what it means to be truly exposed." And with that, they turned and moved toward the stairs, their footsteps deliberate, echoing hollowly in the stillness. I wanted to call out, to stop them, but my voice caught in my throat. Mara looked to me, eyes wide, searching. "Should we follow?" she asked. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to run, to hide, but something deeper urged me forward. This wasn't just about the statues anymore. It was about the darkness inside me, the parts I tried to bury beneath plaster and stone. "We have to," I said finally, voice steady despite the tremor in my chest. The visitor disappeared up the staircase, swallowed by shadows. Behind us, the statues stood silent, their cold forms bearing witness to the unraveling. The studio no longer felt like a sanctuary. It was a trap. And I was running out of time. The visitor's footsteps faded into the darkness above, swallowed by the groan of the old staircase. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and old plaster filling my mouth. The studio's stale air felt suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the faint warmth of the room. Mara's eyes flickered to mine, searching for something, hope, maybe, or a sign I knew what to do next. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this," I said, voice low, uneven. I thought I was losing my mind." She shook her head, stepping closer. "No, you're not. This is real. And it's not over." I nodded slowly, though nothing about that comforted me. The visitor's warning echoed in my mind. "Soon, you'll understand what it means to be truly exposed." What did that mean? I'd stared into my own darkness through these statues, relived moments I tried to bury beneath layers of plaster and stone. But exposure? There was something more, something waiting just beyond comprehension. We moved toward the staircase, hesitating at the base. The air was colder up there, the shadows deeper, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I reached out, hand trembling, and gripped the banister. The wood was rough, splintered in places, and smelled faintly of mildew and forgotten time. "We have to see," I said, breath catching. "To end this." Mara nodded, barely audible. We climbed slowly, the floorboards creaking underfoot, each step a small confession of fear. At the top, the hallway stretched out, narrow, lined with peeling wallpaper that curled at the edges like dead leaves. A single bulb flickered overhead, casting erratic shadows that danced and shifted. The visitor wasn't there. Instead, at the end of the hall, a door stood ajar, Light spilled out in a narrow sliver, a faint humming sound drifting toward us. I stepped forward, Mara close behind, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. Inside, the room was small and cluttered. A single desk held scattered papers, a half-empty cup of cold tea, and most disturbingly, the visitor's coat, draped over the back of a chair. The air was thick with a metallic tang, like rust or old blood, and a faint scent of cigarette smoke curled in the corners. I felt it again, that creeping sensation, like 1,000 unseen eyes watching from just beyond the edges of vision. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice barely a thread. No answer. Mara's fingers brushed against a folded piece of paper on the desk. She unfolded it carefully, eyes scanning the cramped handwriting. I caught fragments, names, dates, places, things I recognized, things I didn't. At the bottom, a sentence underlined twice, "They know you." All of it. My hands trembled. This isn't just about the statues. It's about me, everything I've tried to hide. Mara looked up, face pale. Who would do this? Why? I wanted to say I knew. I wanted to say it made sense, that someone close had been watching, waiting, rearranging my past like a cruel puppeteer pulling strings I couldn't see. But I didn't have answers. Only a sinking certainty that the threat wasn't gone, hadn't even paused. We left the room quickly, the visitor's absence a hollow ache. Back downstairs, the statues awaited, unchanged yet forever altered in meaning. I touched one, a figure frozen in grief, head bowed. The plaster was cool against my palm, rough in places where the edges had chipped. I have to fix this, I said. I have to take control. Mara hesitated. And if it's not over? What if they come back? I swallowed. Then I'll be ready. The following days were a blur of cautious vigilance. I rearranged the statues myself, aligning them not with my memories but with hope, scenes of light instead of shadow. I worked through the nights, hands rough and raw from plaster dust, muscles aching in ways I hadn't expected. The studio became a battleground for reclaiming my mind. Mara stayed close, helping where she could, her presence a steady anchor. We talked in whispers, shared stolen moments of laughter that felt fragile and precious. The tension didn't fully lift, but it softened, like the first light after a storm. One evening, as rain hammered the windows and the house creaked around us, Mara asked quietly, "Do you think they'll come back?" I looked at the statues, their faces now softened in places, light catching curves that once seemed harsh. Maybe. But I'm not the same person who started this. She smiled, a small, tentative thing. Me neither. I nodded, feeling the truth settle deep inside. The visitor, the threat, had been a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of myself back in a way I couldn't ignore. The statues weren't just stone, they were memories, fears, regrets given form. And by facing them, rearranging them, I'd started to heal. The studio felt quieter now. Not safe, exactly. But less like a trap. Weeks later, I found a note tucked beneath one of the sculptures. Not the visitor's handwriting. This one was neat, deliberate. Exposure isn't an end. It's a beginning. I folded it carefully and placed it on the desk. Outside, the sun broke through clouds, turning the rain-soaked streets golden. I breathed in the sharp, clean air and realized something had shifted, not just in the studio, but in me. The darkness hadn't disappeared, but it no longer controlled me. It was part of the story, yes, but not the whole. And for the first time in a long time, I felt ready to write the next chapter. Story 4, Elevator to the wrong floor, doorway to a strange reality. The elevator in my building wasn't supposed to be remarkable. That morning, the elevator smelled different. I noticed it immediately, stepping inside after fumbling with my keys. The usual mechanical musk was there, but layered beneath was something faintly metallic and sharp, like an open can of soda left too long in the sun or the coppery tang of blood, though I knew there was none. My fingers tingled against the cold, scratched panel as I pressed the button for the 5th floor. It was early enough that the lobby barely stirred with life, just a few mail carriers and the janitor wheeling his cart down the hall. The elevator started with its familiar clatter, the cables creaking in the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickering briefly before settling into a dull glow. I closed my eyes, leaning back against the wall, savoring the brief respite. The hum of the motor mixed with the faint buzz of fluorescent bulbs overhead. I could almost taste the stale air, thick with a hint of dust and something else, something I couldn't place. Then the elevator jerked. Not the gentle pause of a halt, but a sudden, sharp movement that threw me forward a step. My breath caught. The lights blinked harder, shadows dancing wildly across the scratched walls. I opened my eyes just in time to see the floor indicator skip from 3 to 7. 7? I was going to the 5th. My hand trembled as I pressed the button for 5 again, but the elevator didn't respond. The panel lit up, but there was no sound, no movement. The air felt heavier, denser, almost like the elevator had stopped breathing. A bead of sweat trickled down my temple, cool against my skin but carrying the weight of something wrong. I pressed the button for 7, hoping the elevator might start moving again. It did, but the ascent was smoother, quieter, too quiet. The usual mechanical groans were absent, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible clicking sound coming from the ceiling panel. When the doors slid open, I stepped out expecting the 7th floor hallway I knew, the narrow corridor with the peeling wallpaper and the faint smell of lemon cleaner. Instead, I found something subtly off. The walls were the same pale beige, but the pattern of the wallpaper was wrong, almost like a faded wallpaper catalog photo that had been printed upside down. The lighting was colder, harsher, casting long shadows that made the corridor seem longer, emptier. I frowned, fingertips brushing the rough plaster beside the door frame. It felt the same, but the air smelled different here, sharper, like someone had sprayed disinfectant too liberally. I could hear a faint murmur, like the low hum of a conversation just beyond the far wall, but when I pressed my ear against the door, the sound vanished. I shrugged it off. Maybe the building was under new management or they'd started a deep cleaning. Maybe I was just imagining things after a restless night. I turned to go back to the elevator and found it closed. The soft ding sounded from somewhere down the hall, but it wasn't the elevator. It was a door, opening. A woman stepped out, clutching a canvas tote bag, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. She looked at me with a polite but distant smile. "Morning," she said, voice smooth but slightly strained. "You live here?" I nodded, trying to place her. "Yeah, 5th floor." "You?" "7th," she answered, glancing down the hall. "New tenant. Just moved in last week." Something about her eyes didn't quite settle. They were too bright, like she was searching for something or someone. I found myself stepping back a little, though I couldn't say why. "Nice to meet you," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm Jamie." "Lena," she replied. "If you need anything, just knock." She turned and walked away, her footsteps barely making a sound on the thin carpet. I watched her go, the weight in my chest growing heavier for no clear reason. I walked to the end of the hall, then back to the elevator. The doors slid open silently, but the inside of the car was darker than before, the light overhead flickering erratically. The panel showed the floor numbers, but the button for 5, the floor I lived on, was missing. Missing. I pressed a random button, and the elevator lurched downward, slower this time, each floor flashing by without stopping. When the doors finally opened, I was back in the lobby. I stepped out, heart pounding. The air was thick, the scent of damp concrete and something metallic filling my nostrils. The lobby looked the same at first glance, the worn tiles, the bulletin board cluttered with faded flyers, but the arrangement was subtly wrong. The mailboxes were labeled with different numbers, the receptionist's desk was empty, and the clock on the wall read 3:47, though it was still morning. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. I must be tired. Maybe I'd gotten off on the wrong floor again. A soft tapping sound made me turn. A man stood by the entrance, watching me. He was tall, with a thin face and sharp eyes that didn't blink often enough. His hands were folded in front of him, and he wore a plain gray jacket that blended into the dull surroundings. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled, slow and deliberate. "Looking for your apartment?" "Yeah. 5th floor." He nodded as if he understood, then pointed behind me. "Elevator's out of order. Use the stairs." I glanced back, and the elevator doors were closed. A little yellow sign was taped to the panel, "Out of service." I swallowed hard, the metallic smell stronger now, filling my mouth with a bitter tang. The man's eyes seemed to bore into me, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. "Thanks," I said quickly, stepping past him toward the stairwell. The stairs were just as I remembered, narrow concrete steps with chipped paint on the railing and a faint smell of mildew. But somewhere between the 3rd and 4th floor, I caught the faintest echo of footsteps behind me. Not hurried, not heavy. Just there. I stopped and listened. Silence. Complete silence. When I reached my apartment door, I fumbled with my keys, hands trembling more than I wanted to admit. The hallway outside was quiet, the wallpaper back to its usual peeling beige. I stepped inside, closing the door firmly behind me. I leaned against it, breath coming in shallow bursts. The familiar smell of old books and coffee grounds filled the apartment, comforting, grounding. I told myself I was imagining things. The strange elevator, the odd floor, the man in the lobby, they were just glitches in my morning, nothing more. But when I looked up, my reflection in the window caught my eye. Something was off. I shook my head and laughed softly. "Get it together, Jamie," I muttered. "It's just a weird morning." Still, as I sat down at the kitchen table, the metallic scent lingered in the back of my throat, and the elevator's hum echoed faintly in my ears. Something was waiting. I just didn't know it yet. I didn't sit down right away. The apartment door clicked shut behind me, but I stayed where I was, leaning against it. The weight of what I just experienced pressed in, thick and sticky. My reflection in the window wasn't quite right, like a photograph that had been stretched too far at the edges. I touched my face, half expecting it to ripple under my fingertips. Nothing happened. I blinked and let out a breath that felt too loud in the stillness. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I kept hearing the faint echo of footsteps, like a whisper in the back of my mind. Not hurried, not heavy, just deliberate. Patient. The kind of sound that doesn't scare you outright but makes your skin crawl all the same. I tossed and turned, the stale scent of coffee grounds and old books clinging to the air, cold and heavy with silence, as if to remind me this was supposed to be home. Morning came too fast and too gray, the sky a dull slate outside the window. I sat on the edge of the bed, fingers tapping on the worn quilt. What if I wasn't imagining things? What if the elevator wasn't malfunctioning but being controlled? The thought gnawed at me like a rat in the walls. I needed to know. The building's lobby was quiet when I got there. The same dull fluorescent lights hummed overhead, buzzing softly like a swarm of invisible flies. The elevator doors were closed, shiny faces reflecting the dim space. I pressed the call button. Nothing. I pressed it again, harder this time. Still nothing. My pulse quickened. Then, the door slid open on its own, smooth and silent. I stepped inside, the faint odor of machine oil and cleaning products filling my nostrils. The panel of buttons blinked erratically, some lit up, others dimmed, then flickered again. I pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator shuddered and moved, but instead of a smooth ride, it jolted, skipping the 2nd and 3rd floors, stopping abruptly on the 4th. The doors opened, revealing a hallway that looked identical to mine but smelled different. There was a sharp tang in the air, like burnt plastic mixed with something metallic. I stepped out cautiously. The wallpaper was the same peeling beige, but the texture felt rougher, almost like sandpaper beneath my fingertips. A faint buzz vibrated through the walls, subtle but unnerving. I walked down the hall, counting doors. 1, 2, 3, but the numbers on the plaques were wrong. Apartment 4B was labeled 3A, and 4C was missing entirely. The silence pressed in again, thick and suffocating. I called out softly, "Hello?" No answer. Just the distant hum of the ventilation system. A door at the end of the hall creaked open slowly. I froze, heart hammering. The space beyond was dim, cluttered with boxes and old furniture covered by dusty sheets. A faint noise came from inside, shuffling, like someone moving through the mess. I took a cautious step forward. "Hey," I said, voice low. "Is someone there?" No response. I reached out to the doorframe. The wood was cold and rough, splintering under my touch. The smell was stronger here, stale sweat and something sour, like spoiled milk. My stomach churned. I backed away, turning to find the elevator. But the doors had vanished. I was trapped in this wrong version of the building, the walls closing in like a cage. Panic bubbled up, sharp and uncontrolled. I pressed my hands against the peeling wallpaper, trying to steady my breath. The hallway stretched in both directions, identical yet wrong in ways I couldn't place. The floor beneath my feet creaked softly, the sound hollow and empty. Then, a voice whispered from behind me. Low, almost inaudible. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, eyes wide, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. No one was there. Just shadows slanting across the cracked plaster. I swallowed hard, trying to will my legs to move. Back to the elevator. Back to my reality. I found the elevator again, or at least what looked like it. The doors were scratched and dented, the call button flickering erratically. I pressed it repeatedly, willing it to work. The doors slid open. I stepped inside, fingers trembling as I hit the button for my floor. The ride was uneven, the cables whining under strain. The floor indicator skipped numbers 5, 7, 9. The elevator jolted violently, and I gripped the railing until my knuckles went white. When the doors finally opened, I found myself in the lobby, but something was wrong. The man from before stood just inside the entrance, watching me with eyes that didn't quite meet mine. His smile was too wide, too still. "Lost?" he asked, voice smooth. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "The elevators, it's not working right. It's like I'm stuck between floors." He stepped closer, the smell of his cologne sharp and overpowering. "You're not the first," he said quietly. "And you won't be the last." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "What do you mean?" He shook his head slowly. "Nothing good. Just be careful which door you choose next time." Before I could ask more, the elevator dinged behind him. The doors opened, empty and inviting. The man disappeared into the shadows of the lobby, leaving me alone with a dozen questions and no answers. Back in my apartment, I found my phone dead. No messages, no missed calls, just a blank screen that refused to light up. I stared at it, the screen's cold blackness mirroring the growing emptiness inside me. I needed help. Someone sane. Someone who could explain what was happening. But who would believe me? The line between my reality and this fractured nightmare was already blurring. Every step felt like a gamble, every choice a trap. And with the elevator's unpredictable stops, I wasn't sure how many versions of this place I'd have to navigate before I found my way back or lost myself completely. A soft knock at my door startled me. I froze. The sound was hesitant, deliberate. I didn't recognize it. "Hello," a voice called out, quiet but steady. I hesitated, then moved toward the peephole. A woman stood outside, her eyes scanning the hallway nervously. She was holding a small notepad, clutching it like a lifeline. "I'm sorry to bother you," she said when I opened the door a crack. "I live a few floors up. Have you noticed strange things with the elevator?" "It's been happening to me too." Relief and dread tangled inside me. I wasn't alone. But if someone else was trapped in this, whatever it was, then whatever was controlling the building wasn't finished with us yet. "Come in," I said, stepping back. "We need to figure this out." She smiled weakly, and as she crossed the threshold, I felt the walls close in once more. The storm was gathering, and I was right in the middle of it. Her voice was steady, but there was a tremor underneath, like the edge of a breaking wave. I kept the door cracked, enough to see the way the dim hallway light played across her face, sharp angles softened by shadows, and the way her hands gripped the notepad so tightly her knuckles blanched white. "You're not the only one?" I asked, voice low, uncertain. "No," she said, glancing down the hallway, then back at me. "It started last week. The elevator, it's like it's got a mind of its own. Floors that don't exist, doors opening into places that shouldn't be there." I thought I was losing my mind. That hit close to home. I nodded, swallowing a dry lump that had settled in my throat. "Me too." She hesitated, then added, "I'm Mara, by the way. I live on the 7th floor." I told her my name. Something about having someone else confirm the strangeness made the whole thing feel marginally less insane. But only marginally. "Have you tried calling the building management?" I asked. She shook her head. "No signal on my phone inside the building. And the landline, well, it's been dead since the elevator started acting up." I rubbed my temples. The silence between us felt heavy, crowded with unspoken questions. Then Mara's eyes flicked toward the elevator shaft at the end of the hall. "I think someone's messing with it." I blinked. "What do you mean?" She swallowed. "I used to work in maintenance. Not here, but I know how elevator controls work. The patterns, the wiring, the software. The way it's changing floors, skipping them, opening doors at weird times, it's deliberate. I'd never considered that. My mind jumped to every odd stop, every eerie hallway, every version of the apartment I'd stumbled into. Someone had to be pulling the strings. "Who?" I asked. "And why?" Mara shrugged, but her eyes darkened. "That's what I'm trying to figure out." I glanced back at the elevator shaft. The dull hum inside was oddly familiar now, almost hypnotic. "Do you think they're trying to trap us?" She nodded slowly. "That's my theory. But the big question is, who benefits? And how do we get out?" The thought made my stomach twist. I'd felt trapped before, sure, but this was something else. A maze with no exit, designed by a mind that wanted to erase us, or at least keep us lost. "Can you show me what you mean?" I asked. Mara bit her lip. I've got some notes. Patterns I mapped out. If we can predict the stops, maybe we can find a way through. She moved into my apartment, the notepad clutched like a talisman. As she spread out her scribbles on my kitchen table, the overhead light flickered once, twice. Cold air brushed past my neck, like a warning. The notes were detailed: numbers, item, times, cryptic symbols. The kind of obsessive record-keeping that made me both hopeful and deeply uneasy. Mara explained her process, pointing to a grid that showed elevator stops and anomalies. See, she said, tracing a shaky line, the elevator doesn't just skip floors randomly. It follows a pattern that repeats every few cycles. But each time, the pattern shifts slightly, like it's adapting. I leaned in, squinting at the numbers. So it's learning. She nodded. Or someone's adjusting it from the inside. Maybe through the building's control panel. My throat tightened. That meant someone had access. Someone who could watch us, manipulate the elevator, the hallways, even the apartments. Have you seen anyone suspicious? I asked quietly. Mara shook her head. No one who isn't a resident. But that doesn't mean they're not here. A sudden noise made us both freeze, a soft shuffling in the hall, feet dragging lightly on concrete. The elevator dinged, the doors sliding open with that familiar metallic sigh. We looked at each other, breath caught. The elevator was empty. But the number above the doors was wrong. It showed the 4th floor. We lived on the 5th. I swallowed hard, stepping toward the elevator. Want to check it out? Mara hesitated, then nodded. The air inside was cooler than the hall, smelling faintly of machine oil and something else, something stale, like forgotten corners of a basement. The lights overhead buzzed, casting long shadows. I pressed the button for the 4th floor. The door slid shut, and the elevator lurched downward. The ride was smoother than before, but the silence was oppressive. No hum of other machinery, no murmur from the walls, just us and the slow click of the floor indicator inching down. When the doors opened, I blinked against the sudden brightness. The hallway outside was identical, same peeling wallpaper, same flickering light fixture, but the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thicker, heavier, as if the place itself was breathing. Mara stepped out first, glancing over her shoulder. This isn't our floor, she said softly. I nodded. The carpet underfoot felt different, thinner, rougher. The smell was off too, like a mix of mildew and something metallic. We moved forward cautiously, every step echoing louder than it should. I reached out and touched the wall. The paint was cracked in places, yet the cracks formed a pattern, like veins spreading beneath the surface. Then I noticed something else. The door to apartment 4B, the one next to the stairwell, was ajar. The last time I'd been here, all doors were closed. Locked. Secure. Now, it stood open, revealing a dark, empty room. I swallowed again, my hands trembling. Should we look inside? Mara whispered. I wanted to say no. I wanted to run back to the elevator and escape. But curiosity, or maybe desperation, pushed me forward. Inside, the room was stripped bare. No furniture, no personal items, just an empty space with a single chair facing the wall. On the chair sat a small object, a folded piece of paper. I picked it up, fingers brushing the rough edges. Unfolding it, I saw it was a note. Written in neat, precise handwriting. You're closer than you think. But every step forward costs more than you realize. My breath caught. Mara's face was pale. This isn't a game. I nodded, folding the note carefully. A sudden noise behind us made me whirl around. The door slammed shut. The room plunged into darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled for the light switch. Nothing. Mara's voice was tight. We're locked in. No one ever paid attention to the flickering lights in the stairwell until they started whispering secrets. I pressed against the door, feeling the cold metal frame. No give. Panic rose, but I swallowed it, forcing calm. We have to find another way out, I said. A low vibration thrummed through the floor. Then, a voice crackled over the emergency intercom panel. Welcome to your new reality. You've made your choice. There's no turning back now. The words slid under my skin like ice water. Mara gripped my arm. Who was that? I shook my head, eyes scanning the dark. No cameras. No buttons. Just a cruel, mechanical voice and a locked door. The elevator was no longer just a machine. It was a prison. And we were caught inside its cold, calculated trap. The darkness was absolute. The kind that swallowed sound and swallowed light so thoroughly it felt like the walls themselves were breathing. I fumbled along the cold plaster, my fingertips grazing the rough surface, searching blindly for anything at all. Mara stood close, her breath shallow, the faint scent of her shampoo mingling with the stale, metallic smell of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. It was suffocating. Do you have your phone? I whispered, though the word felt absurd in the silence. She shook her head. No signal. Nothing. I cursed under my breath. I'd left mine in the elevator, hoping we wouldn't need it. A stupid mistake, but panic was making my fingers clumsy. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and I had to grip the wall to steady myself. Silence. Complete silence. The note in my pocket felt like a weight, a reminder that someone was watching us, manipulating everything. You're closer than you think. But every step forward costs more than you realize. The words crawled beneath my skin. What did it mean? Where was closer? And how much more could I possibly lose? A soft thud echoed somewhere behind us. I froze, heart lodged in my throat. Did you hear that? Mara whispered. I did. My voice sounded brittle, unfamiliar even to me. We weren't alone. The door remained shut, but I could swear the shadows near it shifted, as if breathing, like the room itself was alive. I forced myself to take a step toward the sound. The air was thick, humid, carrying a faint trace of something. Coffee? Cigarette smoke? No, something more acrid, like burnt rubber or old paper. The floor beneath my feet creaked unevenly. I stepped carefully, trying to avoid the loose bits of plaster that crumbled underfoot. Mara stayed close, her fingers digging into my arm. Who's there? I called, voice rough. No answer. Then a voice. Soft. Controlled. Almost mocking. Looking for answers? I spun around, but the room was still empty. My breath hitched. Mara pulled me back, whispering, "It's a trap. Show yourself." I demanded, swallowing the panic rising like bile. A shadow moved at the edge of my vision, too quick to catch. I lunged forward, but only air met my hands. The voice came again, this time closer, chillingly calm. You don't belong here. Not really. Not anymore. My skin prickled. That voice, so familiar, yet distorted, pushed at something deep in my memory. I tried to place it, but it slipped away like smoke. Mara's grip tightened. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. Silence, then a slow, deliberate chuckle. "You think this is about you?" it said. "No. This building, these floors, the elevator, it's all a system. A test. And you're the variable." My mind reeled. A test? Variable? I swallowed hard, trying to piece together what that meant. Whoever this was, they had a control panel somewhere manipulating the elevator, orchestrating the whole nightmare. "Who are you?" Mara demanded, stepping forward despite my hesitation. "Just a caretaker," the voice replied. "Someone who knows what happens when the wrong buttons get pushed." Cold swept through me. The elevator. The floor skipping. The rooms that looked like mine but weren't. Every detail, every move, was no accident. "Why trap me here?" I asked. "What do you want?" "Proof," the voice said. "Proof that you can make the right choice when the world fractures. That you can survive the layers without losing yourself." The floor shuddered beneath us. The chair in the corner creaked as if someone invisible had settled into it. I swallowed against the sudden dryness in my mouth. The room felt smaller. Closer. Mara's voice trembled. "You're sick." "Maybe," the voice admitted. "But I'm necessary." A flicker of light, brief, like the pulse of a failing bulb, illuminated the room. I caught a glimpse of the chair. Empty. But for a second, I thought I saw a silhouette sitting there, head bowed. Questions slammed into me all at once. How many layers were there? How many versions of my life? And if every step forward cost more than I realized, what was I risking? My identity? My memories? My sanity? I looked at Mara, searching for some kind of anchor. She nodded, eyes wide but fierce. "We have to get out," I said, voice cracking. "We can't stay here." "No elevator. No doors," she reminded me. "We're trapped." I swallowed again. "Then we have to find another way." "Where?" Mara's voice broke. I didn't have an answer. The voice echoed again, softer this time, almost a whisper. "Choose wisely. Every decision erases a part of you. Or worse, someone else takes your place." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "Who else?" I asked, but the voice had already vanished. We were alone again. Or maybe not. The darkness pressed in, thicker than before. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and uneven. My hands were slick with sweat despite the chill. The taste of fear was bitter on my tongue. I crouched, running my fingers along the floor, feeling for anything, a crack, a seam, a hidden passage. The room was empty, but it had to lead somewhere. Mara's voice broke the silence. "We can't keep playing their game. We're losing ourselves." "Then what?" I said, voice raw. "Give up. Let them erase us." "No," she shook her head. "But we have to be smarter." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The note, the voice, the vanishing floors, they were all part of some sick puzzle. And the puzzle was closing in. Suddenly, the lights flickered again, longer this time, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted like living things. A door materialized across the room. Not like the old, sealed ones, this one looked new, freshly painted. The handle gleamed under the weak light. I stared at it, heart hammering. Did I dare open it? Was it another trap? Or the way out? Mara's hand found mine, warm and steady. "Whatever's behind it," she said, "we face it together." The elevator shuddered again as I pressed the button for the lobby. I didn't expect it to stop on the 15th floor, the one I'd learned to avoid, where the air always smelled faintly of burnt toast, and the wallpaper peeled in ways that didn't quite match the pattern below. The doors slid open with a slow, reluctant groan. I hesitated, my hand hovering near the button, heart tightening because I knew I was not supposed to get off here. But I did. The hallway stretched out in front of me, the same cracked linoleum tiles, the same flickering fluorescent lights overhead. Yet, it was different. The ambient noise was off, no distant hum of traffic, no faint chatter from neighbors behind closed doors. Instead, there was silence. Complete silence. The kind that presses against your eardrums. I took a step forward. The air was cooler here, drier somehow, like a neglected basement rather than a living floor of an apartment building. I swallowed hard. My fingers brushed against the rough plaster of the wall. It felt wrong, too coarse, like someone had hastily patched over it with the wrong material. My throat tightened. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. The building was old, after all. Maybe this floor had been sealed off during renovations. But something deeper gnawed at me. The unsettling realization that the elevator wasn't just malfunctioning, it was deliberate. Someone was controlling it. Someone was playing with the controls to trap me, to keep me spinning between these subtly wrong versions of my life. The rustling sound came first, barely perceptible. Like paper shifting. Then a soft thudding. I froze. From the end of the hall, a figure emerged. I blinked. It was me. Or at least, a version of me. Her hair was the same length, but pulled back differently. The clothes almost identical, except for a missing pin on her lapel that I always wore. Her eyes, a shade too pale, locked on mine with a strange, calculating calm. "Who are you?" I whispered, the words barely audible in the cold air. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You're not supposed to be here," she said. Her voice was my own, but colder, sharper, like glass scraping on metal. I took a step back. "I live here," I said. "This building. This floor." "No," she corrected. "You live upstairs. Or maybe you don't live anywhere anymore." The corridor behind her rippled, like heat waves rising off asphalt. The wall subtly shifted, the wallpaper stretching and contracting as if breathing. My chest tightened. I reached for the elevator button, but it had vanished from the wall. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. My voice cracked. She tilted her head. "Because you won't stop pushing. You keep trying to escape. But this is how it ends. Between the layers." I swallowed hard, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast again, and I realized the hallway was subtly tilting, just enough to throw off my balance. My legs trembled. "I don't want this," I said, voice firm despite the shaking. "I just want to go home." Her smile faded. "Home is a memory now. You chose to come here. You chose to see." I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. "I didn't choose this. I didn't want to be trapped." "You always make choices," she said, stepping closer. "Even when you think you don't." I looked away, blinking hard. My mind raced. The layers between realities weren't supernatural. They were human-made, a product of obsession or madness. Someone was manipulating the elevator to keep me disoriented, isolated. But why? And how? Then it hit me, the maintenance room. The control panel. The access codes I glimpsed when I'd snuck into the basement weeks ago. The person behind this wasn't a ghost or a demon. It was someone living in the building, someone who knew me well. "Is it you?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. "Are you the one doing this?" Her expression flickered, a flash of something, regret, anger, crossing her features before she nodded. "I had to," she said. "You needed to see what happens when you stop following the rules." I shook my head, breath ragged. "I'm not playing your game." "Then stay lost," she said, and with a sudden movement, the walls rippled again. The corridor stretched out, lengthening into darkness. The doors at the end disappeared. Panic surged through me. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, breath ragged. I fought the urge to scream, to run, to do anything but freeze in place. Then came the faintest sound of footsteps, real footsteps, not my own, echoing down the empty hall. A key turned in a distant lock. The elevator dinged, its doors sliding open with a breath of warm, familiar air. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Inside, the buttons lit up normally. I pressed the lobby floor and held my breath. The elevator shuddered, groaned, and began its slow descent. When the doors opened in the lobby, everything was as it should be. The smell of fresh coffee from the cafe across the street, the muffled sounds of a dog barking in the distance, the soft chatter of people passing by. I stepped out, the cool tile beneath my feet solid and reassuring. But I didn't feel safe. Not yet. I turned back to the elevator, watching it silently hum and wait. The buttons blinked in their normal pattern. No strange floors. No flickering lights. I knew the game wasn't over, not really. Someone had been watching me, testing me, pushing me to the edge. And maybe, part of me, had wanted it. Because in the layers between realities, I had found something I hadn't expected, a mirror to my own fears, a reflection of my need to control, to understand. I walked out of the building and into the street. The night was cool, the city alive with distant sirens and the scent of rain on asphalt. I had survived. But I was changed. The elevator might have been the trap, but it was also the test. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was someone who had looked into the void and stepped back. Who had chosen to keep walking. The building stood behind me, silent and still. I didn't look back. Not once. Story 5, Shifting Cabin Reality, Isolation's Haunting Shift. The wind had been picking up all morning, a steady groan pressing against the thin walls of the cabin. I'd been here for 2 days, maybe 3. Time was already blurring together. The isolation was supposed to be a relief, a break from the noise of the city and the endless stream of people expecting things from me. But these hours stretched too long, and the silence began to feel like something else entirely, thick and watchful, like the cabin itself was listening. The cabin was small. Rough-hewn pine logs, a stone hearth that hadn't been used in years, and a single window that looked out onto the woods. The kind of place built for summer retreats, not snowbound storms. The floorboards creaked in some spots, uneven and groaning underfoot, but I told myself it was normal, that nothing was out of place. Still, the faint smell of damp wood lingered, mixed with something faintly metallic I couldn't place. I pulled the wool blanket tighter around my shoulders and moved toward the kitchen corner. The kettle was half full, leftover water from a trip to the stream 2 days prior. I heated it on the small electric stove, one of those old-fashioned coil burners that clicked on and off with a dull thump. It was noisy, but normal, and I welcomed the distraction. As the water began to boil, I noticed the small ledger on the counter. I hadn't seen it before. It was wedged between a jar of salt and a chipped ceramic mug, its leather cover cracked and worn, the kind of thing someone keeps for years. I flipped it open, curious, and realized it was a journal. The handwriting was neat, small, but the ink was faded, the pages yellowed at the edges. I shouldn't have been surprised. This cabin had been here long before I arrived. But the entries were odd. They spoke in the present tense, describing moments that I would have sworn were mine alone. The snow grows heavier by the hour, one line read. Another noted, I hear footsteps outside, but the wind is too loud to tell. My stomach tightened. I closed the book quickly, the room suddenly colder, the shadows reaching in closer than before. Had I imagined those footsteps? It was probably just the wind again. Or animals moving through the snow. Nothing to worry about. I kept telling myself that, though my hands trembled more than I'd like to admit. Later, I found myself wandering through the cabin, trying to shake the unease. The layout felt subtly off, as if the rooms had shifted while I wasn't looking. The kitchen door, which I was sure had opened inward, now swung outward. The rug by the hearth was different too, not the heavy woven one I remembered, but a thinner, synthetic one that barely muffled the creaks beneath. I stopped, hands pressed against the rough plaster of the wall, trying to anchor myself. I spoke aloud, to no one in particular. I must be going crazy. The words sounded hollow. I didn't feel crazy, exactly, but something was wrong. The day faded into early evening. The wind's howl deepened, rattling the window panes and making the cabin groan like it had secrets it couldn't keep. I lit the small oil lamp I'd found in a drawer, the flame flickering unevenly. The soft amber glow made the room feel smaller, more intimate, but also more confining. Shadows pulled in the corners, and every sound seemed magnified, the drip of melting ice from the eaves, the soft pop of settling timber, the distant bark of a dog somewhere far off. I sat at the small table, the journal in front of me again. I hesitated, then opened it to a fresh page, one that hadn't been written in for years, apparently. I found myself writing, almost without thinking, I'm alone here. The storm won't break for days. Everything outside is disappearing under snow. The pen scratched awkwardly. After a moment, I looked up and around the room. The lamp flickered. Something shifted in the corner of my vision. I blinked. Nothing. I swallowed hard and closed the journal, my pulse uneven. Maybe I was just tired. I'd been pushing too hard to come up here to disconnect. But that didn't explain the things that were off, the journal entries that felt like someone else was watching, or the way the cabin seemed to rearrange itself when I wasn't paying attention. I stood and moved toward the door, my boots crunching softly on the snow-covered porch. The blizzard was relentless now, a wall of white that erased the world beyond the trees. I pressed my palm against the cold glass. Beyond, the forest was a blur of shifting shadows and falling snow, endless and indifferent. It struck me, then, how utterly alone I was. Not just in this cabin, but in this moment stretched thin between certainty and doubt. I wanted to call someone, but my phone had no signal, and the charger was dead. The isolation was complete. I stepped back inside and locked the door behind me, though I wasn't sure what I was afraid of. The sound of the bolts sliding home seemed too loud, too final. I returned to the table and stared down at the journal once more. Then I saw it, a page I hadn't noticed before, tucked between others, written in a different hand. A single sentence, sharp and clear. You're not alone. I dropped the book. The lamp flickered harder, casting jagged shadows across the walls, and for the first time since I'd arrived, I wasn't sure if the cabin was shelter or trap. The journal lay open on the rough wooden table, its pages fluttering faintly as a cold draft seeped through a crack near the window frame. Outside, the blizzard's howl pressed against the cabin walls, relentless and unforgiving. I thought about the locked door behind me. Locked. As if that could keep out whatever was watching. The lamp flickered again, the light stuttering like a heartbeat, casting long, jittery shadows across the ceiling. I swallowed hard. The cabin didn't feel safe anymore. I pushed back my chair, the legs scraping against the floorboards, louder than I expected in the heavy silence. The journal had to be my next clue. Whoever wrote that note wanted me to find it. But why? And who? My eyes scanned the pages, trying to remember which ones I'd read already. Most were my own notes, observations about the weather, the cabin, thoughts I'd scribbled in restless nights. But this page was inserted between two entries I was sure I'd already read. How had I missed it? The handwriting was unfamiliar, neat, deliberate, unlike my messy scrawl. I flipped through the book carefully, searching for anything else that might have been added. Another note caught my eye, this one faded and half-smudged. Look behind the mirror. My pulse quickened. I hadn't noticed any mirror apart from the small one hanging by the door, cracked and dusty. What could be behind it? I stood and crossed the room, the wooden floor cold against my bare feet. The mirror wobbled slightly as I reached for it, the glass reflecting the muted glow of the lamp. I hesitated, fingers trembling, then pried it loose from its hook. Behind it, the wall looked different. The plaster was uneven, a patch of paint slightly lighter than the rest. I pressed my palm against the cold surface, feeling a hollow space behind it. Heart hammering, I searched for something to pry the plaster away. The edge of a chair? My fingernail? Nothing worked. The plaster was stubborn and brittle. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. The wind outside had quieted, but inside the cabin, something was shifting. I sat back down at the table, the journal open before me. I needed a plan. I couldn't just sit here waiting for whatever or whoever it was to make the next move. The cabin had always felt like a refuge, but now it felt like a cage. Suddenly, a soft scraping from the far corner of the room. My head snapped up. The wind? No, too deliberate. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scraping stopped as abruptly as it began. Silence. Complete silence. I stood again, moving cautiously toward the noise, each step careful not to make more sound. The corner was empty, but as I turned, I noticed the faint outline of a door I hadn't seen before, hidden behind a faded tapestry. My pulse sped up. I pulled the fabric aside. The door was small, old, and the paint chipped, like it hadn't been opened in years. I tested the handle. It was unlocked. Slowly, I pushed it open. A narrow, dark staircase led downward, the air, cold and heavy with silence, cooler and damp. The smell of earth and something faintly metallic rose up from below. I hesitated at the top step, then flicked the lamp switch. The bulb buzzed, struggling, but the weak light spilled down the stairs. I took a deep breath and started down. The steps creaked underfoot, the space tight and claustrophobic. At the bottom, the light revealed a small, dim cellar lined with shelves. Empty jars, old cans, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. But then I saw it, a small stack of papers, yellowed and worn, tied together with string. I picked them up carefully. The first page was a letter, dated 2 years ago. The handwriting was the same as the note in the journal. It read, "To the one who finds this, I have been here before you. Watching, waiting. This place is not as it seems. Trust nothing but your own memories. They will try to rewrite them." My hands trembled again. Who was this? How did they get in here unnoticed? And what did they mean by rewriting memories? I flipped through the stack and found photographs. Grainy, black and white images of the cabin inside and out, but with subtle differences. Furniture rearranged, objects missing, shadows where none should be. One photo showed the table I sat at, but the journal was open to a different page than mine now was. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't just a prank or a trick. Someone had been here, living alongside me in this cabin, or at least watching me closely enough to know my every move. I heard a muffled sound from above, footsteps. A floorboard creaking? I froze, clutching the papers. The cabin suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in. Whoever was here might still be in the house, maybe even now, just out of sight. I crept back up the stairs, heart hammering so loud I was sure they could hear it. The door at the top was slightly ajar. I pushed it fully open. The main room was empty, but a faint draft carried the scent of something unfamiliar. Cologne? Or maybe the faint trace of another person's breath. A plan began to form, shaky but necessary. I needed to document everything, gather proof, and figure out how this intruder was manipulating the space around me. If this was some kind of psychological game, I couldn't let them win. I returned to the table and grabbed my pen. The journal was still open to that ominous message. I wrote beneath it, hands still shaking, "Who are you? Show yourself." The silence in the cabin pressed down so heavily I thought the walls might cave in. Then, almost immediately, a new page fluttered free from the journal, revealing a single sentence in that same foreign handwriting. Soon. My breath caught, the room suddenly colder, the lamp flickering wildly once more. I stood there, paralyzed between dread and determination. The storm outside raged on, but inside, the real blizzard was just beginning. The storm didn't let up. I stared at the flickering lamp, its weak glow throwing long shadows that danced on the walls, making the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, feel less like a shelter and more like a trap. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stand. The cold air seeped through the cracks in the window frames, sharp and biting, but I needed to move. Sitting still wasn't helping. It never helped. The draft that had carried the faint scent of cologne earlier was back. It was subtle, almost sweet, like sandalwood mixed with something metallic. Not a smell you'd find in the woods, and certainly not something left by the storm. I followed it instinctively, stepping toward the back corner of the room where the shadows pooled thickest. The floorboards creaked underfoot, a dry, hollow sound that made me wince. There. Behind the old bookshelf, something was off. The shelf had shifted. I was sure of it. Yesterday, it had been flush against the wall. Now it leaned slightly forward, revealing a narrow gap behind it. My breath hitched, cold sweat prickling at the back of my neck. I didn't want to find anything. I didn't want to open a door I couldn't close. But I had to. I grabbed the edge of the shelf and pulled. It moved with a reluctant groan, scraping against the floor and wall. Behind it was a narrow passage, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The air that rushed out was stale, thick with dust and the faintest trace of something else, old paper, maybe. My skin prickled. I swallowed again. "Hello?" My voice sounded small and cracked. No answer. Of course not. I shone the lamp into the passage. It stretched back a few feet, ending in a rough door, almost hidden in the shadows. The wood was splintered, the paint cracked and peeling. My hands trembled as I reached for the rusted knob. It turned with a reluctant creak. The door swung open to reveal a cramped, dimly lit room. It smelled of mildew and old wood, but beneath that, something else lingered, a faint, musty scent of tobacco and old sweat. The walls were lined with shelves, cluttered with objects that made my stomach twist. Stacks of notebooks, tattered and yellowed. Photographs, pinned to the wall with thumbtacks, some of the cabin, some of the woods outside, but others were more personal. Pictures of me, taken from angles I never would have noticed. One showed me curled up on the couch, asleep. Another caught me standing by the window, looking out at the storm. I dropped the lamp onto the floor. The dull thud echoed in the tiny space. I was breathing too fast, my chest tight. Whoever had been here had been watching me. Not just watching. Recording. Documenting. Like I was some kind of exhibit. A folded envelope lay on the floor beneath the photos. I picked it up with shaking fingers and unfolded the brittle paper inside. The handwriting was the same as the journals, neat and deliberate. I've been here longer than you know. You never really arrived alone. The words blurred before my eyes. I sank down onto a crate, the rough digging into my palms. How long had this hidden room been here? How long had someone been inside this cabin, watching me, moving things around, rewriting my journal entries? The layout of the cabin wasn't just shifting in my mind, it was shifting for real. My mind raced. The road was blocked by snow. The phone lines were dead. I was trapped, but this was no accident. Someone wanted me here. For what? And why? I ran my hand over a dusty shelf and caught the edge of a small tape recorder. I pressed the play button, heart hammering. The crackling voice that emerged was calm, eerily measured. Day 23. Subject remains unaware of the observation room. Progress satisfactory. Psychological response to isolation is intensifying. Continue to monitor. I dropped the recorder. My hands shook so hard I couldn't steady them. Isolation. Observation. Subject. Was I the subject? Had I been part of some experiment? Or was this a cruel game? I looked up at the photographs again, at my own face staring back at me from the grainy images, unknowing and vulnerable. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But there was nowhere to go. The snow was relentless, burying the world outside. The cabin was no longer a refuge. It was a cage. As I sat there, trying to piece together the impossible, a cold whisper brushed past my ear. Not a voice. Just the sound of breath, close and deliberate. I whipped around, heart pounding. Nothing. The lamp flickered again, then steadied. The passage behind me seemed darker, deeper. I realized then, I wasn't just trapped by the storm. I was trapped by someone who had been here before me, someone who had made this place their territory, their game board. And now, I was the only player left. There was no turning back. No escape. The cabin had claimed me, and whatever was out there was waiting for me to make the next move. The sound of footsteps echoed from the main room. Slow. Deliberate. Too heavy for the wind. I froze, barely daring to breathe, as the door to the hidden room creaked shut behind me. Heart pounding, I strained to catch any clue in the silence that followed, but all I heard was the relentless drip of water from the cracked ceiling. The footsteps stopped. I didn't dare move, couldn't even shift my gaze from the shadowed doorway of the hidden room. My hands, slick with cold sweat, trembled against the rough wood of the table. The cold from outside had crept in, settling deep into my bones. I thought I was prepared for isolation, for the blizzard, but this was something else entirely. The lamp flickered again, the flame shrinking as if fighting against some unseen draft. I reached out, my fingers brushing the brass base, trying to steady the light, but the moment my skin touched it, the flame jumped wildly before calming. An involuntary shudder ran through me. If someone was watching, waiting, I knew they could see every panicked breath I took. The journal lay open before me, entries scribbled in my own hand but altered, words crossed out, new lines squeezed between the lines I remembered writing. How could I have forgotten writing those? Or had I? Was my memory breaking apart? I swallowed hard. Who's there? My voice barely rose above a whisper, cracked and uncertain. Show yourself. No answer. Only the sound of the wind battering the cabin walls, a constant roar that seemed to shake the very air around me. The temperature dropped further. The cold wasn't just outside anymore. It was inside, curling around my limbs, seeping into my chest. I forced myself to stand, legs weak and unsteady. The floor creaked underfoot, a brittle sound in the silence. Steeling my nerves, I edged toward the hidden room's door, every nerve firing, every muscle tense. The darkness inside was almost solid, swallowing the faint light from the lamp. I reached out, fingertips grazing the cold wood. It was a door, yes, but it didn't open. At least, not from this side. The handle didn't turn. I pressed my ear against it, heart hammering in my throat. Nothing. No breath, no movement, no whisper. I backed away, the weight of the unknown pressing down on me. The journal, my journal, called to me from the table. I flipped through it, searching for clues, for a mistake, for anything that could explain the subtle changes, the rearranged furniture, the misplaced objects, the strange notes I hadn't written but which looked like they had been. One entry caught my eye. It wasn't mine. They don't know I'm here. They never will. Watching is the only way to stay alive. The handwriting was different. Jagged, hurried, desperate. I traced the words with my finger, feeling a chill unrelated to the cold. Who was they? And who was I? Suddenly, the lamp flickered violently, the flame dancing like a wild thing caught in a storm. The shadow by the door stretched, shifted, and I caught a glimpse of movement just at the edge of my vision. I spun around, breath caught, but the room was empty. That's when a low creak came from the ceiling, followed by the unmistakable sound of something sliding against wood. A soft scraping, rhythmic, deliberate. Above me. Somewhere out of sight. I swallowed, my throat dry and raw. The walls around me felt like they were closing in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick and suffocating. My mind raced, trying to piece together what I knew and what I feared I didn't. I had to get out of here. But where? The storm raged outside, and the cabin was a labyrinth of half-remembered rooms and impossible spaces. If the person watching me was still here, they knew every inch better than I ever would. I forced myself to breathe. Quietly. Slowly. The journal still lay open, a lifeline and a trap all at once. I flipped to the last page, hoping for answers, but the words were scrawled over, messy and frantic. Trust no one. Not even yourself. A laugh bubbled up, dry and bitter. I ran my fingers through my hair, tugging hard enough to hurt. Was I losing my mind? Maybe. But if I was, it didn't explain the footsteps, the changes, or the whisper of breath against my ear. A sudden noise made me jump, a door creaking open somewhere deeper in the cabin. The sound was too slow, too deliberate to be the wind. I pressed my back against the wall, heart exploding in my chest, and peered around the corner. The hallway was empty. Or so it seemed. I took a step forward. Then another. The smell hit me before I saw it, a faint coppery tinge, like old pennies mixed with something darker, something metallic and sharp. My stomach churned. There, in the dim light spilling from a cracked window, was a small pool of dried blood. I knelt beside it, fingertips trembling as I touched the sticky stain. The cold was no longer just in the air, it was in the blood. I swallowed hard. The cabin wasn't just a cage. It was a trap one I was falling deeper into with every breath. Footsteps again. Closer this time. I scrambled backward, knocking over a chair that crashed loudly against the wooden floor. The sound echoed through the cabin like a gunshot. I held my breath, heart slamming so hard it might burst through my ribs. Silence. Then, a voice. Low, calm, inches from my ear. You shouldn't have done that. I spun around empty room. My chest heaved, breath ragged. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs refused to move. The voice was all around me, impossible and real. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. If this was a game, it was one I didn't want to play. But there was no choice. I had to find the person behind the voice. I had to confront whoever had been watching me, manipulating me, erasing my memories and rewriting my reality. And I had to do it before the storm ended and I was trapped here forever. The door to the hidden room creaked open slowly, revealing a sliver of light and shadow. Something or someone was waiting inside. I swallowed the bile rising in my throat and stepped forward. Because if I didn't, I knew the cabin would swallow me whole. The door creaked wider, the thin beam of light slicing through the cabin's heavy darkness like an item. The room was small, cramped even, barely more than a closet, but it had been transformed. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with notebooks, photographs, scraps of maps, and dozens of little trinkets, buttons, torn fabric patches. A cracked wristwatch stopped at 3:17. I sank onto a rickety chair, overwhelmed by the quiet accumulation of someone else's obsession. I picked up a journal, the leather cover soft and worn. Flipping through pages filled with cramped handwriting, I saw my own entries, words I recognized, but different. Altered. Some lines crossed out, replaced with notes I didn't remember writing. Observations that felt like they belonged to a stranger, yet they were about me. About this cabin. About the blizzard. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Someone had been living here, observing me, rewriting my story. They knew my thoughts, my fears, maybe even my memories. The idea made my skin crawl, 1,000 tiny eyes watching from the shadows. I closed the journal, heart hammering. I was not alone in this cabin. Had I ever been? A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. No shadows moved, no breath disturbed the stale air. Just silence. Complete silence. I know you're here, I said, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. I stood, pacing, the rough plaster walls pressing in. I tried to steady my breathing, to focus on the sounds around me, the distant howl of wind, the faint thud of snow piling against the windows, my own uneven heartbeat. But every creak, every whisper of movement set my nerves fraying. I remembered the voice from before, low and calm, inches from my ear. You shouldn't have done that. What had I done? What was I supposed to stop? Or was this some twisted game, a cruel experiment to break me down? I needed to get out. I needed to find the person behind all this. But the blizzard was a wall of light outside, thick and unyielding. It had trapped me here, and maybe it was part of their design. I returned to the main room and surveyed the cabin again, looking for anything I'd missed. The furniture seemed subtly shifted, the armchair was now at a slightly different angle, the kitchen table nearer the window. The layout was morphing, small but deliberate changes that made me doubt my own memory. I ran my hand over the rough grain of the wooden table, feeling its familiar grooves. The cabin was the same, yet it wasn't. Like a house of mirrors, reflecting fragments of truth and lies. I sat back down, pulling the journal onto my lap again. This time, I read more carefully, comparing my original entries with the rewritten ones. There was a pattern, an unnerving narrative of control, observation, and erasure. I was a character in someone else's story, a subject under a microscope. Was I losing my mind? The thought was almost comforting. If I could blame hallucinations, paranoia, sleep deprivation, maybe I could hold on to some semblance of reality. But the journal wasn't fiction. There were facts, dates, times, descriptions that matched perfectly with the outside world. The storm had begun 3 days ago. The snow had piled higher since then. The food stores were dwindling. I tried the radio again. Static. No signal. The power was out, and the storm was likely too fierce for any connection. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time was a slippery thing here. I lit a candle, its small flame casting long shadows against the peeling wallpaper. The flickering light made the room feel alive, but also more sinister. Then, a soft knock at the main door. 3 quick taps. I froze, breath caught in my throat. "Who's there?" I called, voice cracking. No answer. Just the muffled howl of the wind. I approached cautiously, hand hovering near the doorknob. Another knock, this time slower, deliberate. 1 tap, pause, 2 taps. I stepped back, heart pounding in a chaotic rhythm. Could I open it? Should I? The storm outside was a lethal barrier, but whoever was on the other side might be the key to this nightmare. I shouted through the door, "If you're inside, show yourself." "I'm not afraid." Silence. Then, from just beyond the door, a whisper, "You're not alone." The words sank into me like ice water. Not a threat, but a cold fact. I sank to the floor, knees drawn close. I was so tired. Exhausted beyond reason. My hands trembled as I tried to steady my breathing. I wanted to cry, to scream, to beg for the blizzard to stop, for the cabin to stop shifting, for the unseen observer to reveal themselves. But none of that happened. Only the storm, the whisper, the endless white. Morning came slowly, filtered through thick curtains of snow. The cabin was quieter now, almost peaceful, but the weight of the night's revelations pressed down like a stone. I sat by the window, tracing patterns on the frost with my finger, trying to make sense of everything. The journal lay open beside me, a testament to the fractured reality I'd been trapped in. Was the person watching me still here? Had they left? Or was I truly alone? I realized something then, something small but important. I was no longer the same person who had arrived at this cabin. The fear, the confusion, the isolation, it had changed me. Hardened me. Made me more aware of the fragile line between sanity and madness. I gathered the scattered notebooks, the photographs, the scraps of paper. I stuffed them into my backpack, a makeshift archive of my ordeal. If I survived this, I would have proof. Proof that I had been erased, rewritten, watched. As the storm began to ease, the sun broke weakly through the clouds, casting pale light across the snowbound landscape. The world beyond the cabin looked untouched, serene almost. But I knew better. That quiet was just a breath before a storm of a different kind. I opened the door, stepping out into the cold. The snow was deep, the air biting, but the sky was lighter. I took a deep breath, tasting the sharpness of ice and pine. No footsteps marked the snow around the cabin. No signs of a watcher. Still, I kept walking. The trail was barely visible, but I followed it, each step a small rebellion against the silence that had swallowed me whole. I didn't have answers. Maybe I never would. But I had a story to tell, a story of isolation, manipulation, and the fragile boundaries of memory. And that was something no one could take away. Story 6, Mistaken Target, Shadows of a Hidden Threat. I never noticed the way the streetlights flickered until that night. It was nearly midnight when I left the office. The building's old air conditioning hummed unevenly, like it was struggling against the heat outside. The summer had been relentless all day, and the night barely offered a reprieve. The concrete sidewalk was still warm beneath my shoes, sticky with the residue of a day's worth of dust and exhaust. I pulled my collar up against the faint breeze, which smelled faintly of wet pavement and something metallic, maybe the city's underground pipes leaking somewhere nearby. I took the usual route home. The one that led past the closed bakery, the corner store with the flickering neon sign that always felt a bit off, and the park where the benches were mostly empty at this hour. It was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves and a distant dog's bark, sharp and sudden in the stillness. I liked the routine, even when it felt heavy, with the kind of silence that made you notice things you normally wouldn't. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the vibration weak enough that I almost missed it. I pulled it out, expecting a text from my sister or maybe a notification from some work app. Instead, there was a message from an unknown number, just a few words: "The package moves tonight. Keep eyes open." No signature. No explanation. I frowned and looked around. The street was empty, save for a man standing near a lamppost across the street. He was too far away to make out details clearly, but his posture was rigid, and he didn't look like he was waiting for anyone. He just watched. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. No greeting. No beep. Just silence. The message sat heavy in my mind. The package moves tonight. What package? Who was this for? And why me? I shoved the phone back into my pocket, my hands trembling just a bit. It wasn't like I was part of some spy novel or thriller, but my pulse quickened in a way that felt unfamiliar. I told myself it was probably a wrong number, a prank maybe. Still, I didn't shake the feeling that I was suddenly under a spotlight I hadn't asked for. The rest of the walk home felt different. The air seemed thicker, the shadows longer. I noticed a woman sitting on a bench, her coat pulled tight, her fingers tapping a nervous rhythm on her knee. Her eyes flicked toward me once, twice, like she was trying to decide something. I looked away, trying not to meet her gaze. Maybe I was being paranoid. When I finally got inside my apartment, the familiar clink of keys and the soft click of the door closing behind me brought a small measure of comfort. My place was nothing fancy: 2 rooms, a cramped kitchen, and windows that looked out onto the alley behind the building. I liked the quiet here, the way the walls absorbed the city's noise rather than echoing it back. I tossed my bag on the couch and made a quick cup of tea, the steam fogging up the window for a moment before the heat faded. The kitchen smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and old wood. I sat down by the window, sipping slowly, trying to calm my thoughts. I kept thinking about the message. The package moves tonight. The words circled in my head like a slow spin, each repetition making the unknown seem more urgent, more real. I didn't know what it meant, but I had the sudden, sinking certainty that it was no accident I got it. The city outside was quiet but alive. Somewhere a car door slammed. A siren wailed in the distance but didn't come any closer. The flickering streetlight outside my window pulsed again, casting brief shadows that stretched like fingers across the peeling paint of the fire escape. I pulled out my laptop, hesitated, then typed the message into a search engine. Nothing relevant came up, just a jumble of unrelated news stories and forums about lost packages and shipping delays. It was useless. I leaned back and ran my fingers through my hair. What was I supposed to do with this? Who was watching? Was I really involved in something dangerous, or was my mind playing tricks on me because I was tired and alone? The thought was almost laughable, except my hands trembled too much to find the humor. I checked the window again. No one outside. No figures lurking in the shadows. But the streetlight flickered once more, a slow, deliberate pulse that seemed almost like a heartbeat. I told myself to forget it, to brush it off as a mistake. Tomorrow I'd ask around, see if anyone else got a weird message. But even as I thought it, the unease settled deeper into my bones, a cold weight that pressed down on my chest. That night, I slept fitfully. The darkness in my apartment felt too thick, too quiet. I dreamt of voices whispering just beyond the walls, of eyes watching from every corner. When I woke, the first thing I did was check my phone. No new messages. No missed calls. But I knew it was only the beginning. The day stretched on, each hour dragging heavier than the last. Shadows seemed to linger longer in the hallways, and even the sunlight felt filtered, as if something unseen had dimmed the world. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led somewhere, though where, I had no idea. The morning light was reluctant, stubbornly gray through the half-closed blinds. I forced myself up, the mattress sighing under me, and shuffled to the kitchen. The kettle's whistle was a thin, sharp sound that sliced through the quiet apartment. Coffee was bitter this morning, too strong. Maybe I put in too much grounds, or maybe my nerves made it taste wrong. Either way, I needed something to steady me. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete from the street below, mixed with the faint metallic tang of the city waking up. I sat by the window, holding the mug like a lifeline, scanning the street. Nothing unusual. A woman with a stroller passed by, her face buried in a phone screen. A man in a suit hurried past, glancing over his shoulder like he was being followed. I caught the tail end of a conversation between two teenagers, their laughter sharp and nervous, like they were trying to pretend everything was normal. But nothing was normal. Not anymore. I pulled out my phone again, fingers trembling slightly as I scrolled through messages, emails, anything that might make sense of the cryptic text. Nothing. No calls, no notifications. The message from last night was gone from my mind's reach, like trying to grasp smoke with bare hands. But then a new thought struck me. Maybe this wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a bystander, caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Still, the message had been on my phone. Someone had sent it to me, accidentally or not. If it was meant for someone dangerous, then why? And what did they expect me to do? I didn't have answers. What I did have was a growing sense of being watched, a prickling at the back of my neck every time I looked around. I needed help. But who to trust? I thought of Zoe, my coworker. Sharp, cautious, and a little too curious for her own good. If anyone could help me untangle this, it was her. I sent her a brief text, careful not to mention the message or anything too specific. Can we meet? Something strange is going on. Today, after work. Minutes later, my phone buzzed. Sure. Cafe near the station, 6 p.m. Be careful. Her reply was curt but reassuring. I almost laughed at the irony. Be careful. Like I had a choice. The rest of the day dragged. Every sound was amplified, the distant wail of sirens, the clatter of a garbage truck, the low hum of traffic. Shadows shifted oddly in the corners of my vision. I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more times than I cared to admit. At one point, in the subway, I noticed a man sitting across from me, his eyes locked on my face. Not a glance or a flicker, but a steady gaze that felt like it was peeling me apart. When I looked away, he was gone. I told myself it was paranoia. I told myself it was just coincidence. But my hands were clammy, and my pulse was uneven. After work, I met Zoe at the cafe. The place was small and cramped, the kind of spot where the smell of old coffee and baked goods clung to the air like a second skin. She looked up from her laptop as I slid into the booth opposite her, eyebrows raised. You look like you haven't slept, she said, voice low. I haven't, I admitted. The words felt heavy on my tongue. I told her about the message, about the flickering light, the feeling of being watched. I left out the parts that felt too ridiculous, like the whispered voices in my dreams. Zoe listened, her eyes narrowing. This sounds serious. Do you think someone's following you? I don't know. Maybe. But why me? I'm nobody. She tapped a finger against the table. Sometimes it's not about who you are. It's about what you have or what they think you have. What could I possibly have? She hesitated, then pulled out a small notebook from her bag. Inside were names, numbers, notes, little pieces of a puzzle I couldn't begin to understand. There's a guy, she said quietly. Call him Marcus. He's an informant. Dangerous, but well-connected. If your message was meant for him, maybe you stumbled onto something bigger. I swallowed hard. How do you know him? Zoe shrugged. I've crossed paths with him before. Not someone you want to meet without a damn good reason. We agreed to be cautious, not to tell anyone else. I left the cafe feeling both relieved and more tangled in the web than ever. On the way home, every streetlight seemed to hesitate before turning on, every shadow thickened. I kept replaying Zoe's words, if they think you have something, they won't stop. Back in the apartment, I checked the locks again, the cold metal pressing into my palms. I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls themselves had ears. The air felt heavier, denser, like it was waiting for what, I didn't know. Then my phone vibrated. A message. No sender ID. Look outside. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I pulled back the curtain. Across the street, a figure stood beneath the flickering streetlight. Just a silhouette, but unmistakably watching. The streetlight pulsed once more, deliberate and slow. Like a heartbeat. I stepped back, the door locking behind me with a soft click. The city didn't feel like the place I'd known anymore. It was a trap. And whatever was coming, it was already here. The message buzzed again. This time, a single line, don't look away. My heartbeat quickened, matching the rhythm of the blinking streetlight. I tried to steady my hands, but the trembling betrayed me. Should I call someone? No, who even would believe this? I wasn't dealing with ordinary threats anymore. The silhouette moved suddenly, disappearing into the shadows between buildings. I squinted, trying to catch a glimpse, but the street was empty once more. A cold wind swept through the street, carrying a faint whisper that I couldn't quite make out. Then my phone vibrated a third time, and this message chilled me to the bone. They're closer than you think. I backed away from the window and sank onto the couch, my mind racing. Who was sending these messages? What did they want? And most urgently, how could I protect myself when I didn't even know what I was up against? Before I could answer, the power cut out. Darkness swallowed the room, except for the faint, pulsing glow from my phone screen. The city's heartbeat had gone silent, but mine thundered in the empty night. The silence that followed the blackout was absolute. I didn't realize how long I sat there until the power sputtered back to life, the overhead bulbs flickering on with that electric buzz that always makes your skin crawl. The message remained on the screen, glowing ominously, they're closer than you think. I stared at it, willing the words to rearrange themselves into something less threatening, but they didn't. What did they mean exactly? Closer how? Physically? Watching. Or worse, already inside whatever tiny fortress I thought I'd built around myself? A sudden noise from the street below jerked me upright. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed faintly against the pavement. A shadow shifted beneath the flickering streetlight. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and fear thick in my mouth. Then the footsteps stopped. Just like that. And the street was quiet again. I forced myself to move, to do something. Sitting still had only made the walls close in tighter. I grabbed my coat and keys, slipping out the door into the night. The cold air hit me like a slap, sharp and awake, smelling of damp asphalt and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. I told myself it was nothing. Just the city. But the hairs on the back of my neck twitched anyway. I walked without a destination, each step pulling me further from the safety of my apartment but closer to something I couldn't name. Maybe it was clarity. Maybe it was just a bad idea. I passed under another streetlight, its bulb flickering erratically like the one outside my window. I looked back. No one. Then my phone buzzed again. This time, the message was different, almost casual in comparison. Trust no one. Not even yourself. I stopped dead. The words echoed in my head, louder than the footsteps or the hum of the city. Not even myself? Did they know me? How much had they seen? The idea was absurd. Paranoia, that's all this was. But the pit in my stomach said otherwise. A figure emerged at the corner of the block, stepping out from the shadows with a deliberate ease that made my pulse spike. I didn't recognize the face, too dark, too obscured, but that didn't make me feel any better. The stranger's eyes locked on mine, unblinking, unreadable. I wanted to look away, to disappear, but something pinned me there. Looking for someone? The voice was calm, almost bored. Not a threat, but not friendly either. I'm not sure. My voice cracked. I wasn't lying, but I wasn't telling the whole truth either. The figure shifted closer, and I caught the faintest scent of something, cigarette smoke. Or maybe just the cold, sharp smell of the night mixing with sweat. You're in deeper than you think, the voice said. And there's no turning back. I swallowed. Who are you? Just someone who knows what happens next. Then the figure turned and disappeared into the maze of alleys, swallowed by shadows. My hands trembled again, this time from cold and adrenaline. I felt exposed, like I'd been stripped of all my defenses in one breath. The message replayed in my mind, the stranger's words circling like vultures. There was no running. No hiding. Not anymore. The next morning, I woke with the weight of last night pressing down on me like a physical force. The sunlight filtering through my blinds felt intrusive, unwelcome. I stared at the ceiling, the memory of the messages and that voice lingering like a bad taste. I tried to convince myself it was all a mistake, that I'd imagined things, that I could just go back to my normal life. But I knew better. I sat up and checked my phone. No new messages. But the screen was cracked, not before, I was certain, probably from last night, when I dropped it. A small thing, but one more crack in the fragile illusion that I was still in control. I spent the morning pacing, listening to the city waking up, the distant roar of engines and muffled conversations floating through the open window. I felt watched. Every shadow seemed too long, every glance from a passerby too sharp. Late in the afternoon, I decided to visit a coffee shop I'd never been to before, a quiet place on the edge of town that felt removed from the usual chaos. Maybe anonymity would help. Maybe I could think. Inside, the air smelled of burnt espresso and old books. I ordered a black coffee and settled into a corner seat, my phone face down on the table. I needed to focus, to figure out what I'd gotten myself into. That's when I noticed her. A woman sitting alone at the table opposite me, her eyes scanning the room through thick glasses. She had a notebook open, scribbling furiously, but her gaze flicked up every few seconds like she was waiting for something or someone. I recognized that look. It was the same one I'd seen in the stranger last night. Someone who knew more than they should. Someone who was part of this shadow game. I debated whether to approach her. It felt reckless, but standing still wasn't an option anymore. I cleared my throat and said, "You write for the Gazette?" She looked up sharply, surprise flickering across her face before she masked it with a polite smile. "Sometimes," she said. "Why?" "Just a guess." I reached out, pushing my cracked phone across the table. "I've been getting some strange messages. Thought maybe you'd know something." Her eyes darkened. "You don't know what you're dealing with. Once you start down this road, there's no turning back." I nodded, feeling the truth of her words settling over me like a shroud. "I know." She leaned in, lowering her voice. "Meet me here tomorrow, same time. I'll tell you what I can. But be careful. They watch everything." The cafe door chimed as someone entered, and she glanced up, tense. "You need to go. Now." I grabbed my coat, heart hammering. Outside, the day had slipped into dusk, and the streets were filling with shadows twice as long as before. I walked away without looking back, the sensation of invisible eyes drilling into my back. That night, I lay awake, the ceiling once again my only companion. The truth was coming into focus. This wasn't about a simple mistake or a wrong text. It was a trap, and I was the bait. There was no escape, only deeper darkness. I didn't sleep. I should have known. There's always someone watching. Always. By dawn, I was restless, pacing the cramped apartment like a caged animal. My phone lay face down on the kitchen counter, silent but loaded, waiting for the next move. I flipped it over and stared at the screen. Nothing new. No calls, no texts. Just that damned cryptic message, the one meant for someone else but delivered to me. The line between who I was and who I was becoming blurred with every passing hour. I wanted to believe this was all a mistake, that I'd be able to walk away. But that thought felt like a lie I told myself to keep breathing. I dressed quickly, throwing on a jacket that smelled faintly of damp wool and stale smoke from the apartment below. The chill outside bit through the fabric, reminding me that the city was a living, breathing thing indifferent to my turmoil. I kept my head low, eyes scanning every face as I made my way to the cafe. The same one where I'd met her, where the shadow of that warning still clung. The bell above the door jingled softly as I stepped inside, the scent of burnt coffee and old newspapers thick in the air. She was already there, sitting in that same corner booth, her hands wrapped around a chipped ceramic mug. Her eyes flicked up, wary but steady. "Glad you made it," she said, voice low enough to be more breath than sound. I slid into the seat opposite her, the vinyl cracked and sticky beneath me. "What's next?" I asked. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pulled a small envelope from her coat pocket, sliding it across the table. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was a single photo and a folded note. The photo showed a man standing in front of a nondescript building, the kind you might pass without a second glance. The note was brief. "He's the one. Don't trust anyone else." My hands trembled slightly as I folded the paper back up. Who is he? Her eyes darkened further, if that was even possible. Not who. What? And he's dangerous. More dangerous than you realize. I swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking in. Every instinct screamed at me to run. But I couldn't, not now. Not when I come this far. Outside, the afternoon sun filtered through grimy windows, casting long shadows across the floor. The cafe was almost empty, just a few regulars nursing their drinks and the barista wiping down counters with a rag that smelled faintly of lemon and mildew. "Why me?" I asked. "Why send that message to my phone?" She looked away, focusing on the chipped rim of her mug. "Because you're the only one who might listen. And because they think you're expendable." I blinked. "Who's they?" She leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. People who don't want this to get out. People who would bury it deep if they could. The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I swallowed again, the dryness in my throat suddenly unbearable. And if I refuse? Her eyes met mine, hard and unyielding. Then you disappear. Quietly. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Disappear. Like I'd never existed. Like the last few days hadn't happened at all. I looked away, focusing on the rough texture of the table, trying to steady the rush of thoughts swirling in my head. I wanted to ask more, demand answers, but something in her expression stopped me. A warning. A promise of danger. The cafe door jingled again, and I caught a glimpse of a man standing just inside, scanning the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay with a slow, deliberate gaze. His coat hung loosely over his frame, and his eyes were sharp, calculating. He wasn't a regular. I could tell. My pulse quickened. I glanced back at her. Who is that? She followed my gaze and stiffened. Stay here. Before I could protest, she was already moving toward the exit, her footsteps quick and sure. I sat frozen, the photo and note burning a hole in my pocket. The man's eyes locked onto mine for a moment, a fraction of a second that stretched into eternity before he turned and disappeared down the street. I wanted to get up, follow her, confront him, do anything but sit and wait. But my legs refused to obey. Minutes passed. Maybe 5. Maybe 10. The cafe felt suddenly too small, the air thick with tension. The muffled sounds of traffic outside blended with the occasional clink of cutlery and murmurs from the few remaining customers. Then the door opened again. This time, it was her, slipping back inside with a look I couldn't quite place, fear, maybe, or frustration. She slid into the booth beside me, pulling her coat tighter around her. They know, she said simply. They've been watching you since the moment you got that message. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. What do they want? Control, she said. Information, leverage. And if you're in the way, they'll remove you. I wanted to ask what remove meant exactly, but the words caught in my throat. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small recorder, placing it on the table between us. I recorded part of a conversation I overheard. They talk about you. About the message. About how to handle the problem. I pressed play. A low murmur filled the space, distorted and faint, but unmistakably real. Voices. Men talking in clipped tones, discussing locations, plans, timelines. One voice, cold and clipped, mentioned me by name along with the phrase liability. The recorder clicked off, and the cafe seemed to close in around us. I realized then how thin the line was between safety and danger, and how quickly it could vanish. We need a plan, she said, eyes locked on mine. Because they're not going to stop. And neither can we. I nodded, though my mind was racing too fast to form coherent thoughts. The man in the photo, the whispered threats, the feeling of being watched, it all pressed against me like a tightening noose. Outside, the sky darkened. Streetlights flickered on, casting an eerie glow on wet pavement. A car passed slowly, headlights cutting through the gloom. Somewhere nearby, a siren wailed. I looked up at her, searching for some kind of reassurance. She met my gaze steadily. Tomorrow night, there's a meeting. If you want to survive, you have to be there. The words landed like a stone in my chest. A meeting. More risks. More unknowns. I blinked, trying to hold on to something solid. What if I can't go? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Her smile was thin, almost sad. You don't have a choice. The bell above the door jingled yet again. My eyes flicked toward the entrance. A woman stepped inside, tall, with sharp features and a look that suggested she belonged to the shadows. The rain was a steady drum on the pavement as I walked back to my apartment, the city lights smeared through the wet glass of my umbrella. The message, the one I wasn't supposed to get, had burned itself into my mind since that afternoon. It carried a name I'd never heard spoken aloud before, a name I knew I'd never want to hear again. But it wasn't just a name, it was what followed it, the quiet warning, the implication that someone out there wanted me to disappear or worse. I pushed open the door to my building, the familiar creak echoing down the empty hallway. The smell of damp plaster and old carpet hit me immediately, something about it grounding and unsettling all at once. Upstairs, my apartment was dark except for the faint glow of a street lamp filtering through the curtains. I dropped my bag by the door and leaned against the wall, trying to slow the frantic beat in my chest. Why had I been chosen? Or was it just coincidence? A wrong number, a slip-up? Yet, the tone of the message was so deliberate, so cold it had to be meant for someone else, someone dangerous. And now, somehow, I was tangled in their world. A spectator forced into the game. I sat down at the kitchen table, fingers trembling as I unfolded a crumpled receipt I had found in my coat pocket earlier. It wasn't mine. The ink was smeared, but the address was clear, an old cafe on the edge of town, a place I'd passed countless times but never stepped inside. My mind raced, picturing shadowed figures in the corner, hushed voices behind cracked windows. I knew I should call someone, anyone, but who? The police? They'd only ask questions I didn't have answers for, and worse, they might think I was involved. Friends? They'd worry, maybe panic, and then what? I have to explain something I barely understood myself. So I sat there, silent, listening to the rain tapping against the window, the distant hum of the city that never really stopped. Later, I found myself standing outside that cafe, hesitating. The sign above the door swung slightly in the wind, the letters faded, the gray lantern. The place looked like it belonged in a different decade, chipped wood, a flickering neon light, and the low murmur of voices inside. I pushed open the door, and the smell of stale coffee and burnt sugar hit me. There was a heaviness in the air, like the room was holding its breath. The barista glanced up, eyes sharp but tired. "You here for the meeting?" she asked without preamble. I blinked. "Meeting?" She nodded toward a shadowed booth in the back. "You're not the only one with questions." I followed, stepping carefully over scuffed floorboards, the low buzz of conversation fading as I approached. At the table sat a man, mid-40s, dressed in a worn jacket and a hat pulled low over his brow. He looked up slowly, eyes scanning me with a mixture of suspicion and something else, relief, maybe. "Sit," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "We don't have much time." I hesitated but obeyed. The chair scraped loudly against the floor. "Who are you?" "Call me Ellis," he said. "You've been drawn into something deeper than you realize. That message you got? It's not just a warning. It's a lifeline." I swallowed hard. "Why me?" Ellis shook his head. "Because whoever sent that message wants you to know there's a way out. But it's dangerous. And trusting the wrong person could cost you everything." The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. My hands clenched into fists on the table. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. First, Ellis leaned in, voice dropping even lower. "You need to understand the shadows you're in. This isn't about heroes or villains. It's about survival, about staying unseen while others hunt in the dark." He told me about a network of informants, of people caught in webs of surveillance and silence. About threats that came not from Tool, but from whispers, from being watched until you broke. about lives erased through isolation and fear. Listening, I felt a strange clarity. The paranoia, the sleepless nights, they weren't just symptoms of some unseen menace. They were the reality of a game I'd stumbled into, where silence was as sharp as any item. Alice handed me a folded piece of paper. "This has names, times, places. Use it carefully. And remember, no one can be trusted completely." Outside, the rain had stopped. The streets were slick and gleaming under the street lamps, empty except for the occasional car gliding by. For the first time in weeks, I felt the tight knot in my chest loosen, just a little. Back in my apartment, I laid the paper on the table and stared at it. The names blurred at first, then sharpened. Each one a thread I could follow, or a trap waiting to snap. I thought about the message again. About the informant who'd sent it, and the people chasing shadows I couldn't see. For so long, I'd been running on fear, on confusion. But now, I had a map. Not a way out. Not yet. But a direction. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat by the window, watching the city breathe beneath a cold sky. The silence was different now, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something waiting. I realized then that the world I'd been pulled into wasn't about monsters or ghosts. It was about people, flawed, fragile, dangerous. And maybe, just maybe, it was about me. The next morning, I packed a small bag. Not out of fear, but necessity. I needed to move, to disappear for a while. To disappear and watch. To listen. Before I left, I paused in front of the mirror. The face looking back was tired, yes, but something else flickered beneath the surface. Resolve. A quiet defiance. I whispered to my reflection, "This ends on my terms." Outside, the city waited unsympathetic and relentless. But I was no longer just a bystander. I was part of the story now, and I would see it through. Silence. Complete silence. Then, footsteps fading into the distance.